Oh, so late. Oh, so very late. What's going on, Teddy? Lux, good to see you in here. How's everybody doing tonight? How's everybody doing? I am hoping tonight that we are going to have a better night than last night. In terms of internet quality. In terms of the internet quality. It was great to have everybody in last night, and I do apologize on my internet as it was going in and out all night. So hopefully everything is going to be good. I mean, last time we started, everything was out at this point. We were dropping frames left, right, and center. So far, knock on wood, everything seems to be good. You are bored, or was bored. But now we're here to hang out. Let's, how is the weekend? How has half the weekend been for people so far? It is, for me, it's been making sure that actually a lot of maintenance on the computer here and just trying to streamline things. Have I moved the camera? No. Have I moved the overhead camera? Double no. Have I started the overhead camera? Triple no. All right, let's give me 2 seconds here and we'll get this sorted out as to why there we go. Oh. All right, that's still creepy to me. That's still a little unnerving. So that was in preparation for some Phasmophobia last night. Well, clearly, Phasmophobia did not happen. So hopefully tonight, a little later on tonight, we'll see how things go. You know, if I want to jump into a little bit of Phasmo later on near the end of the stream, we'll do that. But yeah, doing good. Lux, doing very good. Overall, doing tremendous. Aside from the clouds, just getting into a normal routine, getting into the swing of things. I think this is kind of like week 2. I guess rolling into week 3 starting tomorrow, and you know it's getting back into a regular schedule. And you know, hopefully that Monday or Tuesday, we're going to have our proper internet installed. So that's going to be a big step, and that's going to be a big step forward for everything. But yeah, how have you been? It's been a while since we've really been hanging out. And I know, like, I want to try to start I even start streaming some of these weekend ones a little earlier, just to catch up with everybody who we've been so familiar with in the UK and the European Union. You know, I miss everybody when we're not streaming, and it's just always, you know, just looking forward to what we're going to do next. What's going to happen next? Because yes, I always have a rough plan for the night, but you know, sometimes things just don't always go to plan, and in a good way. Hopefully tonight, if things go to plan, we will spend. I know I try to spend as little time as possible editing the images, but it's, you know, I'll babble on about things, and I'll try to cover every detail that I did, even if I kind of glaze over some things. I will aim to do a rough reprocess tonight, and then if there's like any other like more in-depth ways of how I did the image processing, I'm not going to say depth by no means, and what I'm doing is the absolute right way to do things. There's no absolute right way to do image processing. You already failed Movember. How'd you fail? How did you already fail it? Just the you shaved or lack of a stash? How's that going? Now the one person who has not been a failure for Movember shaved yesterday. These things happen. These things happen. Actually, I gotta get my my brother is going to be he's been a Mo bro for several years now, and this year I want to be doing a charity stream next Friday. To what end? Not to what end. To what we're going to be doing on the charity stream. We'll kind of reveal that more next week. You had a date today. It was about to happen anyway. Fair enough. But how'd that go? How did that go for you? 1st, 2nd, 5th, 24th? Very good. Excellent. Excellent. I gotta say, it has been a while since it's been a while for the dating scene. However, I do try to make date nights with Mrs. Canuck as often as possible. Shang-Chi came out last night on Disney Plus, and it was Friday morning, and I said, "Ooh, Shang-Chi, let's watch that Friday." Oh, wait. In hindsight, should have just kind of maybe skipped the botched stream last night and just watched Shang-Chi. You're first since COVID started, so that's quite a while. I can only imagine it was very difficult it's been difficult for everybody. But yeah, to try and get out there actually and meet people, because talking on the phone versus talking here in person is totally different. Muffin, hello. Yes, I did. I figured that was what I wanted to do that last night, and it just obviously that didn't happen. So today I was like, no, forget it. I'm cutting my hair today. I'm getting this done. I'm getting it out of the way. It is so much easier. It is so much easier to tie it up when there's no other hair around there. It's so much better. But it's weird how I can really feel the thing. Excuse me? That's weird. It didn't come up on there, but it did print out a receipt. It did. Lux hacking the system here. Yeah, it reprinted Luca TW and their prime sub. That's what popped out of the printer. A little bit of hacks there. Yeah, that was weird. It's been a while since that has happened. There we go. Hacker man. That would be kind of cool. Any kind of radio signal. When we get our radio telescope set up, why not? Let's try to get it in there. What's going on, Green Jenny? How's it going? Good to see you tonight. How was your Saturday? How was your Saturday gone? I did mention before. I did mention before we had a while back that we wanted to have a fire pit out in our backyard, and we got that assembled yesterday. I was going to talk about it. There was a few things I was going to talk about yesterday. I was gonna do that, and that didn't happen there. Hello, Ghost Lady. That's Teddy. Is there going to be a Thanksgiving turkey version of Nope? Nope. No? Maybe. No. No, we had Thanksgiving for Canada is long past there. Now, that's not to say that I like the idea. If there's a green screen thing of it on YouTube, then I would attempt to use it. But that was just one of the. It's the that bumped the queue so much of things that I wanted to do for a channel point redeem, and like even for a Lego stream, I don't have a channel point redeem specifically for the lunar lander. I just have the chat commands. So whether or not I come up with one in the next 14 hours. No, that's not right. 16 hours is will remain to be seen. Ask and it shall be given. Oh my. Okay. Would it be... I do nothing else. I do nothing else for the turkey except it's on the green screen, but it's just some ominous music playing. Just some ominous music. And maybe the turkey starts getting a little closer, but that's about it. Because... I guess because why not, right? All right, that's in the history. That's in my history folder now. Actually, it's weird. The site that I reliably used to get the download the images from. just put the turkey over top of the Saturn V. Just a giant turkey launching up across the screen. All right. Okay, so yes, in terms of I used to do save from to get the files off of there. Now it doesn't support it. Actually, it doesn't support it because my router thinks I'm in Houston. So that, well, for Pete's sake. Yeah. Well, it's not. It's like half an F. 0.5 of an F. There we go. That's better. So there was, I don't know what's been disconnecting. Something from last night has started disconnecting, and it's kind of, it's mucked up with people's ears a little bit as well, because you get the, and was it mine? Was it yours? Who's disconnecting something? Something in here is, pardon me, is disconnecting, and it doesn't tell me what it is. And then everything keeps working. Although clearly the camera cut out, so no, that was happening last night, and the camera was working just fine. So again, you know, this is like the, you know, it could be a loose wire on there. It could be. Or I was gonna say it could have been like a ghost or something like that. But it's probably not. We're way past Halloween. If it was before Halloween, then maybe. But we all know November 1st, all the ghosts go away. There could be a loose wire somewhere. Actually, at one point when I went to boot up on the computer, it gave me the DRAM error. Like it wouldn't even start up. It's like one of the RAM cards came unseated for some reason. But I don't know what it was. Technology. It's great when it works. It's great when everything works, and then...
don't say that word.
But then other times it's not. And this is technology that we want to work with JWST. Look at the new parts they added for the launch. Also today's APOD video. I can see that link. 1 billion views and 12 million likes. Fool me once. Shame on you. Yeah, exactly. It's if you look at those links are so random. Nobody's ever going to remember what they are, but you remember. You know. You're tempted to relink it, but the OG is OG. I mean, almost 1.1 billion. What video has the most views on the YouTube? A billion is a billion. A billion is it's crazy. You got a thing. What do you got? Wait, hold on. think it's Gangnam Style. Wasn't that one of the first? Was that like one of the first videos to hit 1 billion views, the fastest in the history of the internets? We had snow today. We had some rain, but we had some fairly heavy snow. Not enough to do that there. Is that 9 million or 9 billion for Baby Shark? With a B. B. Billions and billions. That's crazy. That's bananas. So adorable. Hello, Pookie. Hello, my love. How are you? It's a good song too. You've never heard it before. I will. Okay, I'm going to mute YouTube, just so it's in there. If it genuinely is a good song there. Oh, you like that one, eh? You like that one? Little love. It's actually Despacito. The Spanish word for slowly has broken all the records in terms of the most viewed YouTube videos, reaching the milestone of 2 billion views, faster than any other video ever. It went on to reach 2.5 billion views faster than any other, and now boasts more than 5 billion, making it the most watched YouTube video of all time. That video that made $10 million US from views only. I mean, if see, we got Baby Shark. We need to write a song. We need to write a song of Baby Star. And Baby Star is like a little proto star. Mommy Star is like a main sequence star. Daddy Star is a red giant star. That's it. We're gonna do it. Not me. Not me. The balls of Hydrogen. And that one's just for you. So adorable. That's just yours. Just you, my love. Everyone else gets this. Little things working on in here. I still need to fix up the background a bit. Still need to do that there. Baby Shark is number 4. There seem to be some conflicting. Well, at one point it was the bacon cam, and then I wasn't able to get the echo working again, so it now just has several uses. Pum. You gotta do a really convoluted search to get that answer. Like, it seems like, is it just moving so fast? Is technology moving so quickly that we aren't able to that the video is changing so often? I mean, if anything is going to have like the billions and billions of views, it's got to be the turkey. Like, why wouldn't this not be the most watched video of all time? Who would have thought to put a turkey on a green screen? Yeah, sometimes it's like it's a weird search criteria that kind of gets you to that point. And then other times it's just okay, not so much in the search, but just with the with YouTube, where we can go from the green screen turkey, we could go to a camcorder effect. We could see maybe Luke's entrance with the force. It's just okay. Also, it is dependent on things that I watch as well, but it's just there it goes again. I need to like get rid of that sound because that is just, or find out who's doing that there. Everything you're getting was Despacito. Then you changed it by adding one thing, and it said I had two sources saying it was Baby Shark. I guess if kids are just if they're just hitting replay on every song on the same thing because they can't get enough of it. Although to be fair, there are some songs I've had on repeat, but not like Baby Shark. Although Leo, the artist Leo, his version of Baby Shark, the metal version, is always a good listen. Back when I had Spotify, when that worked out well. Now we have like the free version of Amazon Music. It's terrible. Amazon Music should just come with your Prime subscription. Not like why now do you have your Prime subscription, you got a little bit of the music, but then you can only skip so much. You can't pick your songs all the time. Spotify, I love Spotify, and I don't even know how much it is a month. I had it. I managed to keep it going for free back in UK with Vodafone, and it was like the better part of like 8 years, I think. I had it for included with my phone plan. I always kind of said, "Oh, I had Spotify. Could we swing something there?" And they kept it, but now after moving, nobody really does. The phone companies here, they offer nothing. You get nothing with the phone companies in Canada. Now you got it free because the internet plan. Well, that's good. That's very nice. That is good. I'm trying to think of anything that's good to say about the mobile phone companies in Canada, but it's hard when it's just like, oh, Bell and Rogers are like the main two, and then maybe you can try to go to TELUS, and everybody else, there's like no signal anywhere. You got like a 10-foot radius for where you can have a signal, and that's it. Even me, I can't always get a signal out here with my phone. But as long as we got internet, that's good. $40 for unlimited 5G, Spotify, and Netflix. Well, that would be 40 euro. Still. That's very good. That's tremendous. I have like, what did I get? Man, I managed to get my bill down to $70 with 30 gigabytes a month. And then that's also kind of useless at the moment because I barely have any internet. Oh, 34 euro. Did you do the conversion? Did you do the conversion for me? Because that's mighty nice of you. You might even get the so adorable. No, not enough love yet. Not enough love yet. But yeah, so last night there was issues with the wireless LTE signal for me, and that was causing a lot of issues. Even to the point that after I rated out, I sent you guys over to Econ Greg last night, who was doing some live astrophotography, and that didn't work. That didn't work too well. At least for me, it didn't. I couldn't even. I said hello, and that was about it. Everything else was just buffering on his stream. I had like no connection afterward. So yeah, hopefully that works out there. Oh, Muffin, you're here. I want to try something. I want to try a button on here. 39 US rounded up. 39 US ends up being like maybe that's close to like 47. Still, $40. That's good. That's good. Is there a... There we go. Aha! It works. There you go. Death by Muffin. Muffin, you get the first automated shout out. You get the first one there. Because you're so wonderful. You're so great to hang out with in your streams. It's so it's just so open, everything in there, and it's just a nice honest stream you got there. Feel special. You are special. So yes, just getting things sorted out here with the with all the devices, because you know what? I am trying to streamline things, and in a way that I am not always fiddling with the mouse there. I mean, you could, Lux, you're a mod. However, what is? Oh, there we go. That's yours. There we go. When did you last play Apex? You play Apex? Yeah, you can. No, you got the sword. You can do all sorts of. I think there's a few other commands that you can do that others cannot. Nothing's off limit topic wise, as long as it doesn't break the TOS and stays civil. That's true. As long as it's kind of it's. I mean, I'm not going to shy away from very much over here. However, there's just it is a different. We do have a bit of a different theme and community going on, but anyway, as long as things don't break in terms of service, you know. Because, you know, talking about how long ago was it when we were talking about fart jokes? No break in terms of service there, but that is, if we want to kind of tie it in with maybe gas clouds in space, that's how we can do that. Otherwise, I guess really, why would you want to? Why wouldn't you want to? I do enjoy how far off the conversations can go, and yeah, you know, I do want to, you know, share my knowledge of the stars, but at the same time, we're just here to have a conversation with you guys and hang out and share some time, share some laughs, share some groans. You know, all sorts of things on here. So my plan for next week, as soon as we get I'll probably look to do maybe not so much a live stream, but some kind of live recording or documentation of our tower going up. Because that is what's going to leave me confident in all the internet connection here. And also we can do away with a lot of wires in the house. It's a bit of a mess. Those who have tried to run cabling all throughout the area just to jury rig things and make sure things work. Yeah, that's what you want. It's a mess out there. So I am trying to get everything organized so that it's kind of sitting in this room, not to hog all the Wi-Fi or anything like that, but just to, you know, if anything goes wrong here, like I am right here to diagnose things. Otherwise, it's kind of running around the house, and you know, I'm only going to really want to be running around the house is when the computer is, when the telescope is hooked up there, and hopefully that is just to maybe do some adjustments. Otherwise, I don't want to be worrying about the scope doing something wrong. Now, one thing I need to figure out there is, unless I can get another wireless repeater. Let's see. It was nice having your window open for a bit. Now you have regrets. Is it cold or is it raining? What's happening out there? See, I showed you guys a picture last week of one of the cats bringing in a mouse. And for that reason, we don't keep the sliding door open anymore. She'll just bring them in, and we don't need a chickadee in the house. We don't need any shrews running around. So after it's a little chilly, what are we at? We're we're chilly over here too. We're at 3 degrees. We're just hovering above the freezing point. So it was snowing earlier, like big fluffy flakes, and it started to build up as they started to accumulate on the ground just a little bit, and then it started to warm up just a tiny bit, just enough that we went back to rain. But it's getting ready to snow, and I know the previous owners of the house, they're saying, you know, there was, you kind of wait and you get like dumping, you get like feet in a week or two. It's it's a gift for the family. What's going on, Harbstrom? How are you? You gotta run to the store soonishly. It's like 6 o'clock. What are you going? It's almost 7 o'clock. What are you going out so late in the evening for? But how are you doing, Harbstrom? How you doing, brother? Next Friday, we'll have my brother online live talking about Movember. We're going to do a charity stream coming on Friday. So any donations that are coming in through the donation link, and through the PayPal, or I will get to, actually, Harps, I mean, do you have your link to Movember available? Can you drop that in the chat there? Because that's what we're going to, people can either go straight to your link there, or if they want to donate through the stream next week, or even throughout the week, we'll get that all together and make a donation to Movember at the end of the stream next Friday. And yes, I'll turn that into a timed chat command as well, because we're going to be talking about that throughout the week, throughout the streams. And yeah, if anybody is interested in donating towards men's health, that is the link there. We're going to be putting that up every now and then. So yeah, just excited to do a charity stream for finally on this on here. Just never knew exactly what to do, but yeah, it's excited to have you next week, and glad that you're washing clothes again. That is that's an annoying thing. Actually, we have a similar thing. Our dishwasher has packed it in there. No, and please do not even don't worry about about spare funds or anything like that. Just being in here and hanging out and just spreading any word about men's health and muffin, like everything that you guys talk about in your stream. There is for the sake of mental health, it is absolutely, it is important what you're doing there as well. Just having a nice open forum, a safe place to talk about things, whether we're feeling good, whether we're feeling bad. It's always nice to have a place where you feel comfortable talking with people there, and that's just what we always want to foster as scientifically based things that we're doing here. Up above, we're still got to concentrate on what's going on down here. It's there you go. It's not the money is it's what we'd like to do, but again, it is raising the awareness. It is sharing the information, sharing the stories. It's like there probably isn't, at this point now, that there probably isn't one person who hasn't been touched or impacted by cancer in some way, shape, or form. So we're doing this. How many years have you been a Mo Bro? How long have you been doing this for? Because I was saying it last night. I'm thinking, was it 12 years or was it longer than that? Or you edging up on 10 years? I couldn't remember how long you've been. 12. There you go. You've been raising money for Movember for 12 years now, and that is 12 unique mustaches every year. They all may have a bit of a similar theme, but yeah, you've managed to make 12 unique. Actually, I guess 13 unique mustaches now. So that's also another thing. If I shave and I just am trying to grow a mustache, I look like I'm 12 years old. Somehow my younger brother never. That's many months where you have to stay 200 yards away. Just don't breathe out of your mouth and you're fine. Although you kind of, there was that Stanley Tucci year There was that lovely bones year that you had. But no, it's all for a good cause, and you know it's fortunate enough that you do change your facial hairstyle so often that it doesn't look odd with or without. I would say if there is a snap cam filter, and like I said, it won't turn on. It won't turn on. Actually, I'll probably have it available. You know, for like an ungodly amount of channel points or bits. I don't know. Turns on the most cursed filter on Snapcam for me. And no, it's not this one. This is okay. It's not even this one. Everybody loves a potato. Although I do have some mustache filters for next week. I do have some of those set up there, and I'm still looking for some other ones that actually look good. We'll have a very fancy one. We'll be very, very fancy with this one. We'll buy some property on Boardwalk and Park Place. It'd be great. We'll be prepared. We'll also spit out one of these, because it's just good to have a big giant mustache every now and then. So also I need to make hotkeys out of that as well, because just clicking on it is it causes too much brain power, and I don't know what to do all the time. There's too much to think about. And if anything to make things a little more streamlined on here, because all that I go through to try to make things work, and then everything mucks up. Actually, how did that work? Did that work any little bit? It didn't work. I think I saw the microphone still going, so oops. Did that work? Or maybe not. It was the wrong microphone. Meh. Oh well. So I was looking at filters. I was looking at filters yesterday and today, and someone has disconnected their mouse. I've been looking at the hydrogen alpha filters and being a little naive with the price, actually not even checking them for that long. My price range, my numbers are still largely in British pounds. So there was someone had an Esprit 100 that they were selling, and I'm thinking that's not too bad. That's like maybe 2,000. It's like maybe $2,000. Can we swing that? I mean, that's not too bad. That's decent. And then no. I was thinking in terms of pounds. I looked on the Canadian sites for the price of a Skywatcher Esprit 100, and it's like nearly $4,000. So that's a long-term goal now. That's for later down the line of when we're going to be upgrading things there. Now, I also want to try to think of what we can do to add a little more to the imaging, and it's kind of maybe even being like dynamically switching between cameras in some way, shape, or form. But I'm thinking if they're cooling, can I have two cameras on the ASI Air and keep them cooling, but then switch back and forth between them dynamically? That'd be it. Well, I wonder how that would turn out there. But I don't think you can, because I think if you switch to a different camera, it just turns the other one off. And I'm not about to have one acting as the guide camera. And I guess technically could I use a Could a larger telescope be the guide camera for a smaller telescope? Or would I kind of have to pick that night which one we're going to use? But it almost kind of seems like a bit of a waste of a telescope if we're using, or a waste of a camera if we do another ZWO ASI 533, another one of those, because I know it works out well, and I guess the price point on those is pretty decent there. But it's wondering what we want to do to have like the next step in astrophotography, what we want to do for more imaging there, because it's it's great to be looking at the programs that we have available, sorry, not programs, through the telescopes that we have available. Let's see how many times this program's going to open, how many times I hit the button. It looks like just one. Looks like just one there. But no, some of the images that we've gotten as of late. Shows a video of we got a video of Jupiter. I don't care for the ASI Air logo down there. I'm sure maybe that's just a thing hopefully it's just on this, and then if we're saving the files down there, we're not going to have any problems with that there at all. But I mean, when we do like a single, when we do live shots of the planets, they're very, very blurry. What I'm hoping to be able to do is when we do a proper video, when we get the scope hooked up to the camera on the bigger telescope, so we actually get these larger views of the planets. I guess next time they're going to be swinging around there. For now, like Jupiter and Saturn, they are well below the horizon now. Actually, let me fix that up there. That needs to be resized. Excuse me. Get Stellarium fixed up there. There we are. That's better. We're missing a camera, but that's not even hooked up there at the moment. But Jupiter, Saturn, and Venus are all sitting low on the horizon, and they're pretty much all but set. Now, the way how Jupiter and Saturn are, I would barely get a shot of them, just because the way how where they're going to fall down below the roof line, and where we have the tower, where that's going to come into play a little bit there. For a little while, we're going to have two of them, so that's going to be two obstructions blocking things there. So that's a little bit of a concern. However, we'll wait for the next season, when they're going to be much. They're going to start coming up earlier in the night, or sorry, early in the morning. But we can still go after. We did image Uranus. There'll be another one to go after and try to get some video on there. Although the focal length and that we're going to be using, it might work in the sense that we can actually use the longer focal length on the telescope now, so we can really start to go after some of the smaller planetary nebulae and maybe get some greater views on there. So if we were to let's go over to M1. Let's go over to the Crab Nebula. Turn the ground off. So if we switch our scope over to the RC8, take off our our reducer. So that was the focal length we had before with the 0.6 reducer. But if we take that off, we're shooting at the native focal length of 1600 millimeters, then these targets we're going to be able to resolve so much more detail in them. And that's what's going to be really interesting when we switch. I'm going to switch the camera over fairly soon. What we're going to do is do one more night with the Christmas tree cluster, and that is tonight's image that we are that we're going to be working on there. And we already got that queued up over here, and we'll do that image processing in a bit. But yeah, just to check things out. So this is what we're going to be starting with. This is the image that we're going to be starting with, and let's see if we got the. I'll show you what we ended up with on the first time. So that's what we ended up with the processing on the Christmas tree cluster. Now this is 10 hours worth of data that's stacked in Deep Sky Stacker. So we started from this, and we come up to over here. And that's what I'm going to run through things in a little bit there, and yeah, we'll do a little image processing, kind of get to as close to this point as possible. I think I'm going to have to use one of our starless images. You have to use one of those just because the process takes a long time to fix up the stars. Also, because it is a large image, is a very large image that we have with that I've stacked on this on the Christmas tree cluster. So, it's usually it would go a little quicker, but I did drizzle 2 times to make the image a little larger. And even zooming in at 100%, there's no, we don't really have any pixelation on here. Zooming in at 100%, we can see some of the issues, some of the things that had cropped up on here with the stars. I didn't do a good job of controlling the size of the stars right off the bat. So there are some issues, but I just do love the detail that we were able to get out of all this, and I would want to be able to, whether or not we're going to spend more time. Pardon me. So we're going to spend more time on the target, or if we're going to add. What I want to do is add more time on this without using a filter, or just using the Optolong L Pro, because we have very little light pollution here. And I guess doing 3-minute exposures isn't going to have a great deal of light pollution coming into the image, but it's going to give us some more natural colors for the stars, because the filter, as you can see, we can still do a bit of color correction on here. Actually, let's see if I just rotate it right now. We'll just rotate this right away. So that we are in the same view here. What are we at? 16.88. Just put these in the same, because I really didn't even do any cropping on this. It turned out so well. So we started. That's the starting image, and that was the first image. And where did I go? I wonder if there is a loose cable. There's got to be a loose cable on the camera somewhere, because it usually doesn't cut out like that all the time. There we go. And let's get that off of there. There we go. So we'll do that image processing and show you guys what was done to kind of get to this point. Like I said, I'm going to reuse one of the starless images just to help punch up the nebulosity. So that is the using StarNet plus. It is with a refractor. You can get rid of the you can get rid of the stars in the image, and it kind of cleans things up a bit. There are little leftovers because there's some very large halos around these stars, so that was causing that bit of that issue there. So what that program essentially it removes the great deal of the stars. So I did a little bit of processing on this to kind of punch it up a bit. Although I think that it's really cool. So you can see like this large coma around that star, and that's from the filter that we're using, is causing this artifact to be left behind. Whereas a lot of the smaller stars, it does a fairly good job of getting rid of the stars. However, you can see some of the darker cyan blotches on here, and that's what is kind of leaving these little remnants behind. You could, if you really wanted to go through and fix things up, you can go through bit by bit. But it was just the sake of trying to get a starless version to try to pick out more of that hydrogen alpha signal and get some of those details showing through there is what I wanted to be able to do. So it's good. It's not absolutely perfect. There's another program that you can use. I can't remember the name of it at the moment, where it'll get rid of the stars in that one. But it's almost at the sacrifice of some of the detail, because the stars just don't always. You may have like no remnants of stars, but you're going to lose some detail in the nebulosity, which is what you want to maintain when you're trying to make the image look as best as you can. Now, I think the other thing about this is that while it looks kind of nice from afar, it's not as smooth and even as it should be. At this point, I kind of started to highlight a lot of the issues, a lot of the noise that was in there. So I didn't kind of take enough time to get things smoothed out on there. So that was a little bit of an issue. However, it's to go from this, let's get rid of the stars, and then we pop them back in there. Now that was the other thing. That was another important thing was getting a star mask, and I don't think I started that soon enough, because even if you notice some of the stars aren't as big and bright, and that just kind of depends on the filter that you're using, which is going to be cutting out light pollution, letting through the important emission nebulae, and at the same time stars can have a little bit extra glow around them, or you can have some chromatic aberration with the within the stars. Because I'm using a glass lens here, so if things aren't like perfectly aligned, it is a doublet, so there's only two glass elements. Triplets are a little more efficient because it helps focus the image that's coming through there. So you can see on some of these stars there's the white point of light, but then there's also still this red halo or a cyan around there. And that's just me not controlling the size of the stars right the way through. So it's also, you can kind of see the color difference in here as well. Obviously, this was the final image that I put up on Instagram, and that's pretty much the final first run of this target there. I think I do want to go back and take some time to actually put in some of the full color, the full broadband spectrum in RGB, instead of just kind of cutting off these little bits of the visible spectrum, but we're trying to get as much color and get the stars. So the white stars that are shining white are just going to be bright white stars, and we can't get rid of this blue coma around some of the stars here, some of the brighter ones, which causes an issue. But there's no absolute right way to do an astro image processing. I think the more you can kind of do before aggressive stretching in the image, and even then you want to tease out the details as easily as possible, in the sense that you don't want to create some harsh artifacts right off the bat, because all you're going to be doing is amplifying that. So just gently getting the data to come through there, because to get from this point to this point, it takes a while. And I know some people, you may have a really good workflow within PixInsight, and maybe we have some other there's action sets in here, but I think there's still a lot of manual work that does go into image processing, and everybody's going to have a different kind of look to things. Like we have even with excuse me, OBS, what are you doing? What's OBS doing to me? Okay, this I know it isn't. There isn't an issue with Rogers tonight, is there? Not again. That can't be a thing. It's got to be something with OBS then, which is even worse, because now I got to do a little more diagnostics on that there. No. What time is it now? It is the 13th. Ooh. Dang. Okay. Crap on a cracker. Users indicate there's no current problems. However, there have been a great deal of outages reported in the last hour. Like, that shot right up there. That's not what we want to see. So I don't know if it's like kind of coming down the line. If that happened, but OBS disconnected. That was weird. That was weird. Technology, like, I'm trying not to let it get me down. Try not to let that get me annoyed there. But right, so we had Halthor and Astrolux, and Lux did a nice quick edit on the image there. But it's the same data set that we were working with there. Now, actually, to be fair, there is a new data set that I put up. This was like 5 hours worth of imaging on there, and the one I was just recently working with was 10 hours of data. However, it's just interesting to see the way how the details are pulled out with different processing techniques. And I gotta say, like, I am happy with how this one turned. I really am. And I think there's, putting another 5 hours on this target in the broadband to get those star colors coming through. That's really what we want to be, highlighting there. So I think that is a good goal to have for the next few days, because right now the forecast doesn't look too good. It's not looking that great for the next week, which is unfortunate, because we want to be able to do some more imaging there, even like throughout the day. Like, we are now obviously coming into a full moon. That's not too bad. I'm not too fussed about that. throughout the tomorrow afternoon. Maybe some more snow. Maybe some more of that. But, you know, it is disheartening seeing that much in there. Your next clear night, as they claim, is Tuesday, which even then you don't know if you'll image. Fair enough. I mean, we need to have a talk with the clouds here. What's going on, Third Rock? How are you? How are you doing tonight? We are just about to start going through the data. You got 91% full moon on Tuesday. Yeah, I mean, even if like I was expecting to see the clouds part on like Thursday or Friday next week because we're at a full moon, because that's always what happens. But even if the moon is actually, I don't know if the moon is up, where would it be next week? You got the moon rising. I was just talking about taking off the the flattener, the reducer on the scope and on the RC, and just going at it at 1600 millimeters for the targets there. No matter what the forecast says, it will happen there. There will be weather. All right, so next week, if we let's turn the ground back on, getting a little disoriented here. So let's go to the 18th. No, how about the 21st? So the moon is right in our way, because we would be shooting toward. We'd be shooting out this way. Excuse me. We'd be shooting out here. What's going on now? How are you? Have I seen? They think the orbiting asteroid is actually from the moon. Like we got a piece of the moon that's been quietly orbiting around there. Yeah, that's the. So that's our field of view. I said a 0.6 reducer. However, we're basically shooting right into the moon. We're pointed east, so I don't know how well we would do if the clouds did clear, because that'd be a pain. That would have been annoying there. That's what they're thinking. It's I briefly caught that article, and I gotta say this is all also part of the yes, please, thank you, post that in Discord. You know, is getting back into that kind of routine of spending time just perusing through the articles online, and just being able to catch up on things. Like I was a little I missed the launch of from SpaceX this morning. I saw a few people were covering. Actually, I think Dr. WD-40 was near the launch site, actually getting some images there. Okay, I also need to find out what is making that sound. What device thinks it's being disconnected there? It's got to be. There's nothing really vibrating on here. There's nothing. Looks like you're using ad blocker. Okay, yeah, it's something in the USBs. I mean, I moved north. I moved north and got rid of light pollution. And we just missed all the we missed a lot of the auroras, which is a little unfortunate. However, you know, there's many people. I think I heard about this. Was this not Moon? that people were referring to, or is this more solid data that's been that they've been looking at there? Oh, you wanted to have they want to hold off on selling. They want to hold off for more money. What are they doing there? OBS, what are you doing to me? All right. So it still seems like there are lingering issues. How could they have not have fixed this? How there's still there's still outages happening. Like that was a massive spike just like less than an hour ago. Less than an hour ago there was all that happening. See, this company is where I get my LTE signal from for the internet. And yeah, if it's doing that again tonight. I think it's a chunk of the moon, though. I think that because it reflects more light than a normal asteroid. Because you get more of the asteroids are just going to be covered in dirt, dust, and they're just not going to be as reflective as, say, even like a comet there. So that's pretty cool. And they said the orbit probably isn't going to be stable enough to continue on its current trajectory. But that's also what was kind of interesting is some of the, I guess this is much closer to home, but some of the data that they get is sometimes like so far behind with just how much they have to go through to actually where someone notices that there's something very interesting, unless they are going, like directly for it. So a little bit of a. It's got the Hawaii name of Kamo Olawea. Oliwa. Someone has to pronounce that. First observed in like 2016, they've been following, and it's been following us since. Well, that's cool. And that, see it like now here's where like the news starts coming to the forefront. Like 6 years later, almost like 5 years later, and then you kind of wonder why people think that science moves much faster than they thought. How it's going to be in like the movies when it is not. Now, I was just saying in keeping in line with astronomy, but also in the theme of tomorrow. Now we are going to be continuing on with our Apollo 11 lunar lander. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Arbstrom. We will see you. We'll talk to you at some point, but yes, looking forward to having you on stream next week. Doing a little bit of a charity stream for Movember. Glad to hopefully see you guys come on out for that. I mean, it is, but it isn't. It's weird. Like suddenly discoveries and inventions, we piggyback, but it takes a while to get these discoveries and inventions. I mean, it's even like it's the whole thing with what has been going on with COVID, that we are watching science unfold in real time and just realizing how slow all of this actually is, and that it doesn't happen overnight. And and then people complain that it happened too fast. It's like, well, what do you want? What do you want? I'll tell you what I want. I want the astronomy tower. However, it's still temporarily out of stock.
Holy potatoes.
Yes. All the scary things at once. Kenny, what's going on? How are you? Good to see you. Fish and chips. Hello, Fish and Chips. Good to see you in here. Yeah, exactly. It's you kind of get like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Oh boy. Yeah, doing well tonight. Doing really good. Just lamenting the fact that unfortunately, we have missed the boat on one of the gift with purchases because this is still out of stock. I was hoping to be able to get the Astronomy Tower to get the Gryffindor gift with purchase, but also piggyback that with the coffee shop gift with purchase. But that is the coffee shop's no longer available, or the cafe. So yeah, that's this is being pushed way down. This one is being pushed way down the list of what we want to be purchasing for Lego in the future there. Although tomorrow we're going to continue on with our build of the Apollo 11 lunar lander, and I'm very happy that tomorrow is Sunday because we can continue this. I've had that set sitting there for quite a while. Actually, we got part of it over there. Part of that's sitting over there for the lunar lander, and the other bit is sitting up there. But yeah, it's looking forward to continuing that build tomorrow. However, tonight's plan is to work on a little bit of a no, excuse me, that's not the right thing. There is to turn this version of our data into that as close as possible. This is about 3 days worth of work that I put into it. Now, obviously not 3 straight days, but probably working at like a few hours at a time, and then having to look away just for the sake of looking at it again with some fresh eyes. Now, I do know kind of where I feel like kind of mucked up on things, and that is kind of taking care of the stars, because it can start to get out of hand. And because we are shooting into an area of the Milky Way, it is much heavier populace of stars. So, if we're shooting out towards, looking at galaxies, even during galaxy season, there isn't a great deal of interstellar matter that's going to get in our way. We're not going to have a lot of the hydrogen alpha gas clouds that are going to kind of lure us into a different direction there. There isn't going to be as large of a conglomerate of stars when we're shooting galaxies. So looking out towards the Milky Way and shooting these targets, you kind of need to keep an eye on the stars, in the sense that you want to be able to stop them from blowing out, essentially, or you want to keep the color as close to as accurate as possible. And probably what you want to do early on is get a star mask created. Otherwise you start to get a lot of the halos bulging in there. And actually, you can see in the starless version, it's not quite starless because there is still some of the blue from the stars showing in the nebulosity there. Now that could easily be healed up there and edited out. But also, I'm going to use this starless image a little later on, just for the sake of the amount of CPU power that this needs, that StarNet requires on here. I think it probably took about the better part of almost like half an hour, 45 minutes to get this one through. And even then, you can still see that there is a fair amount of, well, not even so much maybe the star remnant in there for the image, but it's also because I did this so late in the processing time that it was having a hard time differentiating between what's a star, what's a hot pixel, what's just some noise that's been it's just been over exaggerated for the image there. So usually what I'd like to do is the good thing about having an image that we've already processed is that it kind of gives us a good idea of where we can start to pick for a more of a neutral area to pick our or black point or gray point. There's other ways you can do it, but for what I have achieved in the past, see, because even then there's still a lot of nebulosity around here, and you just want to pick an area that doesn't have, maybe there's more of a darker dust lane in front. Because if you try to pick your gray point based on like a red area, then it just throws everything off. You don't get some natural colors coming through there. So if we figure, and also I don't want to go too far away. Lars! What's going on, Lars? How are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Good to see you in here tonight. How are you doing? How was your stream? What did you get up to tonight? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming on in. So yes, welcome in, Raiders. For those who may not be familiar with me, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And tonight we are doing a little bit of image processing. We're just going to start on that. And yeah, just kind of as efficiently as possible, take you guys down the path of how I do this image. I don't want to be going too crazy with getting into some of the details there. You've been playing Star Trek Borg. How's that? How is that? How are the Star Trek? It's been a while since I've played a Star Trek based game. Actually, have I ever played a Star Trek based game? It's all been Star Wars. How is that one? It's 25 years old now, an interactive movie. Oh, cool. A huge throwback. There you go. I'm also getting used to trying to get used to all the little controls in here. But yeah, go give a follow to Lars. Check him out, doing a little bit of gaming and also some Lego builds. A heroic build of the space shuttle as well. With John Delancey as Q. Is there anyone else who could fill his shoes? He's going to be in Picard, isn't he? He's reprising the role. The space shuttle was a fun 13-hour stream. I mean, I was thinking that doing the International Space Station for 8 hours was a bit of a haul, so that's why I've started to break them up. I've kind of put a cap on about maybe 4 hours for those, and that would be cool. And also how they can explain why he's aged as well, because wasn't Q immortal? That'd be good. No, also there's I haven't watched any of Star Trek Prodigy yet. I still have to catch up on plenty of Star Trek Discovery. So, there's quite a bit of, there's a lot of TV to watch. And I guess I got to have something on the, you can take any form, so why not? I guess that will be the thing. It'll be like, well, you look older. Why don't you want to look younger? I don't want to. It's going to look older, more distinguished. That's what it's all about. Now, looking forward to also the next season of Lower Decks. I haven't watched. I've watched the first season. Second season's out, I guess. Yes. And yeah, there's just so many things. I mean, the main thing, Loki. We did finish that. We finally got through all 6 episodes, and I will say that we watched. Well, not we. I, with a few different audience members, I have watched Loki. I've watched the first episode of Loki 6 times now. It's just it was so long of an expanse between watching it and then watching it again, and then catching up, and then finally going all the way through episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in almost in 2 nights. But I know Q is awesome. As annoying as everything was whenever Q was involved, it was he was like borderline of how I get like annoyed with witches in supernatural TV shows, and not withstanding supernatural. It's just, I feel like they're way too OP sometimes, and it's like Q was skirting that line of being like absolutely like, okay, fine, it's just gonna just let them run through whatever he wants them to do, and then he could just do whatever he wants afterward, you know. Same thing, we get witches that can just do whatever they want, and it's like, all right, then roll the credits. As soon as they show up, that's it, end the series. There are very few movies where when witches come in as the antagonist, and it just feels like there's way too much power they have, and it's like, okay, what's going to be their Achilles heel on this one? What sort of ways is our hero going to outwit them, you know? But I mean, that's also just me. That's just me with how I feel about witches in TV shows. Now, don't even get me started about True Blood, because I'm not going to go on about that. There was what other shows? Not Vampire Diaries, although that was annoying in itself. As the farther along it got, I started liking that Originals. The Originals was halfway decent, because they already figured that within New Orleans they're going to have some form of voodoo and witchcraft anyway. So I was kind of expecting something like that to come in there. But like I was saying, with the picking a gray point in here is fairly important to start off with, because you can get that color right, and you're not going to be amplifying a lot of the you're not going to be working with the wrong kind of color palette there. Spock versus Q. All right. Oh, it's a free audiobook. All right. Then there's a new audiobook to listen to. Right. So, picking a gray point. So I want to kind of aim for around this area here, and hopefully we can kind of eliminate as much of the blue stars as possible, or maybe for a little bit of the dust over here. But if we can kind of get that right, almost like off the bat. And kind of keep whatever stars that were going to be blue, that are blue, make sure that they maintain their blueness, but we also still keep any of the red stars in there. It's looking pretty decent. I wonder if we, an example of if we pick a gray point in the red, everything kind of amplifies as blue, but it is kind of picking that right, that right area of dark, kind of neutral. Get a nice neutral pixel in there, so you can register the gray point, and we have the right kind of stars. So this is the this is the Christmas tree nebula. This is the Christmas tree cluster. Sorry, and part of the Foxford Nebula in the constellation of Monoceros, and that is the. I think that is looking. That's looking pretty good to mark out those gray points there. So that's basically what we're starting with. This is where I got to a few days ago, and so just kind of running through what we did there. And I think early on, what I'll probably do, even with this one, is make the star mask like almost now, as soon as we get into the 16-bit portion of things. Now, what I also noticed that there wasn't too much vignetting around the image there, but I still might do the. I don't know. It didn't really seem to be too bad, even if we start to stretch things out like now. You know, we can see there isn't a great deal of vignetting coming around the image. So again, counting ourselves very fortunate on how this image has turned out. You know, even right now, it's. I wonder if here's a question. Now, if I really pick. If I pick the gray point while I have it stretched out this way, does that really impact things? Or can we maintain? See, you get the red of the hydrogen alpha signal, but you also get that reflection nebula in here. You know, that's what we're aiming to achieve here. And what I want to do is, you can see there's still a bit of that halo, that coma around the star. But if I can create a star mask at this point in the game, you know, then maybe we can have some better control over the stars as we are, you know, as we're doing some of the processing that's going to start to blow them out of proportion there. So I'm going to say that is fairly happy with how that looks, because we have a mixture of white, blue, and red and orange stars in the image. And you can see just up here, we got a little bit of the Hubble's Variable Nebula, which was a nice, cool addition to the wide field image that we have. And I tried to make sure that was in frame, as you know, as important as the Christmas tree cluster was to have in this. It's you know, always good to have a little more reference, a little more context of where this is in the night sky. So I'm going to give it. I'll do the gradient exterminator and just kind of roughly pick out a circular area around here. Just see maybe how much that does impact things on the next round. Now the RC Astro is the gradient exterminator. I think it's about $50 US. And I would say for the most part, everything has been well worth it. Everything's been well worth it on here. Now, there's not much that really needed to be evened out on this. I don't even know if there's anything, like anything noticeable in the image. Like, if anything, it probably is going to be very, very subtle. So that's about as much as we can do in the 32-bit channel. Now again, when you're going down from 32-bit down to 16, I always do exposure and gamma, because you know, it picks out the local adaptation. It just blows things. Look how blown up the stars are already. That's not what we want to have in our images there. We want to have as nicely behaved stars as possible. So going back to exposure and gamma, you're really seeing the same kind of image. You're coming down from the 32 to 16-bit. Now we have more options. Now we got more options to do some image editing with. And even with our levels, we have a lot of the... We can move this in on the histogram a little more and darken things up before we are able, you know, before we start seeing a lot of detail in there to show through. Now, this can be done by doing, you know, as non-destructive as possible, doing the curves and levels adjustments on here. But I will have a little bit of a destructive image, a little bit in here, up to a point. Because if I start doing this with the levels and try to tease out those details, the image is gonna start to get very, very large very fast. So for the most part, I'm just kind of applying these settings, you know, right off the bat, and also keeping this area of the histogram as thin as possible, with pulling out as much data as you can, is also relatively important. Because as soon as it starts getting wider, it's just you're stretching the data. I would say you're just stretching everything way too much. But you know, after moving to the 16-bit, everything seems to be. We still got the reds, we still got the blues, we still have some of the orange and white stars. But see, there's still some of these stars that have like that cyan tint to it, and that's coming from the filter that we're using, the Altair Astro tri-band filter. So I do wonder if maybe doing one more, picking out the grayscale a little bit there, if that helps or hinders things any bit. It's not a great deal of change, but if we start to do a little bit, see, now here's what's weird. The presets, the arc sign, they're not staying. They're not saving. I don't know why. And not that I really am going to use much more than like 100, because that really starts to blow things out of proportion here. So even then, even starting off at 100 seems to be, I like to, again, trying to tease out the data as easily as possible is what we're going for on here. So really, from this point, I'll adjust our levels one more time. You know, because look here, look where all that data is. All this empty space in here. There's nothing here for us. So you can safely bring the histogram all the way over there. What's going on, Doug? How are you? It is very cloudy. We got like all the clouds again. So it's cloudy, it's raining, it's a bit of snow. You know, we just got it all going on today. You got the same in Wisconsin. I think it seems to be like that across like the whole Canadian border there. And nobody has some good weather at the moment. And it doesn't look like it's going to improve for at least a week. So, you know, there's time to do more image processing. So that's what we're doing tonight. We're going to try to get from this point to this point, and maybe improve things a little bit. Maybe try to make things look a little nicer. So at this point, what I want to do is I want to create a star mask. And we do that by selecting the highlights. And we want to see, we want to get as much of the range coming through without getting, and without, getting very little nebulosity in there. So I know it's a tiny screen on here, and even then on this one, it's fairly tiny. Actually, let me, I can see it a little better on this monitor. But basically, I want to try to get as much of the stars as possible without selecting nebulosity. I think that's, you can see there's still a little bit of the cone nebula coming through there because it is nice and bright. And that's just reduced the fuzziness a little bit there. Adjusting your range, so let's see that. That's not too bad. This area, see, this is a little blotchy there. We have a lot of the brighter stars selected, and even from this point, see, you can see how there's that coma around there. We want to bring this all in as well. So we want to bring that in by maybe one or two pixels. What'd you miss? Holy potatoes, Teddy. So much. So many things. Nothing really. The OBS cut out for a quick second. But we're going through our image. We're just we're trying to make sure that our stars are as well behaved as possible. And to the point of even bringing in some of the... You're distracting your streamer friend. Well, you said you're going out to the shop as well. Did you get any snacks for the rest of us? Shouldn't start drawing until 78 minutes in. It's like someone trying to do some image processing and doesn't start till almost 2 hours in. All right, so I brought that in. I brought it in a whole lot. A great deal there. Actually, even this one, that's still a little large. But I want to try to keep these stars as tight as possible, so that we can utilize that a little later on there. Okay, secret, don't tell anybody. Okay. It's a secret. How can we distract a streamer is a fun game that all chats play. This is true. This is true. I do that as well. If there's ways to to make that distraction happen. No worries, Teddy. It's all right. Popping in and out, that's fine. That's cool. Good to see you in here, though, as always. And I do wonder what keeps disconnecting here. What keeps doing that? All right, so we have effectively made our star mask here. We'll actually we'll kind of try to utilize that as much as possible, and so when there's more processing going on, we'll keep that to hand. Actually, I wonder if doing that, if we bit of an experiment. Let's already start on this one. Let's run an action on here. Let's make the stars smaller already, and maybe even we'll see how that turns out. If that's something we can do to try to improve the stars as early on as possible. And usually, what I'm doing to make stars smaller, I'll run it twice, and then see what we're dealing with and how well that does work there. So going through the history, the merge down is like the last step. So it would kind of even just go from that step to that step. You can actually see there's a decent reduction in the stars. Now, I don't usually run it 3 times in a row, because we start to get like these little, in the red channel, the stars start to muck up. And here's the red channel, and we've barely done any work. Actually, the stars in the red channel are behaving a lot better than everywhere else. You can see in the green and blue, the stars are a lot more bloated. And it's like you almost want to keep things in the size of how it is in the red channel. So when you do that, make stars smaller, these red stars are already tiny. They're already very small there. So this is also where per channel processing comes in as well, because you can kind of go through and we can make these green stars. We can try to match them up as best as possible. And I think actually let's try to see if I can actually make a star mask out of the red channel here. Do a selection on this. Don't know how well that's going to work. Let's see. You see again, it's you start to pull out some of that nebulosity, which is what we don't want. We remove some of the fuzziness. Just make that selection there and see how that. Actually, to be fair, let's we have that. Let's contract those by 2 pixels. Go back to our RGB image. And now, see, I don't think the last time we got the Cone Nebula in there. See, now this is where things are. This is trying to be as efficient as possible, but also at the same time scrutinizing the stars that we've selected. And now, even with the death. Death warmed over. What's going on? Half a year resub. I didn't know if I was gonna do that. Half a year resub, don't you know it, buddies? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Death. Almost a stream, baby. Almost a stream. Think of the name. Think of the name if if you do, but that's well appreciated for 6 months there. Thank you very much. On to the spike of appreciation for you. Death Warned Over. Lovely to have you in here. Yep. Hello. Hello over there. Drexelgate. What's the etymology of that name? Where'd you get that one from? But good to see you in here. Thank you so much for the resub. Well appreciated. It's the name of a street. I'm more familiar with Sesame, but okay. It does feel very, it does sound very fantastical. I've always seen some interesting interesting street names over the years. Some of them make sense. Some of them you would not want to write them down. You feel like you'd be ridiculed for those street names. All right, I'm going to copy that, and I don't think that's I'm not liking. Ooh. Or maybe I am. Maybe I am liking that star mask. Chippy Flip! Chippy Flip, welcome into the observatory. Thank you so much for the follow. Glad to have you in here today. Doing a little image processing on the Christmas tree cluster. And I'm kind of paying attention to these stars here. Which one? Who has a better? Chippy Flip is greater than Drexelgate. Well, hello, welcome in. Good to have you in here today. For those of you who may be new to the stream, I welcome you in. My name is Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck, and that was something on my end disconnecting, not your mouse. But today's goal is to do a little bit of image processing on the Christmas tree cluster. I am just scrutinizing some of these the star masks that I'm making here. And I think I'm going to go with this one. I'm going to go with this star mask. Let's rename that one there. And we'll call this one not Star Mask. Just so we have that over. So yeah, so today's goal is to try to recreate a little bit of what I worked on in the past few days. So we have this turning into this. But also at the same time, trying to maintain some better stars than we had before. So that is that's the goal. And starting off early with a star mask, so we can try to make things look as nice as possible there. So do all the major work early on, and that way we're not amplifying a lot of the just a lot of the noise and I guess improperly sized stars that are going to naturally start to get larger as the image progresses. Like I said, starting to look in the red channel it's mainly hydrogen alpha. We can already see a lot of the detail in there, but we would like to keep the stars this size essentially, because in the green and blue, they start to get a little larger. So this one we had originally started off with 5 hours, and I was going to do a process on that, but then we had a night that was actually was surprisingly clear. So I actually I pointed the camera again at the Christmas tree cluster, and for another 5 hours. So stacked after everything was rejected, we have 9 hours and 57 minutes on this target. So that is in with Bortle 3 skies, very low light pollution as well. So there's not a lot of light pollution that we were dealing with in the image. So that's a big bonus. This is one of the cleanest images I've shot, and it was less of a headache to process the image before than some of the other images where we were highlighting a lot of the light pollution. Now my big problem right now was just the stars. That was the issue there. Lars, you're gonna say goodnight? No worries. Thank you so much for the raid as well, bringing your community over here. Always happy to see you in chat, and I do know that you gotta head off, but it's always well appreciated. Tomorrow morning we'll be back and possibly completing the Apollo 11 lunar lander, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that will be our lazy Sunday Lego stream. But for now, I'm going to see how well we can look after these stars. But yes, Lars, take care. Have a good night. Have a very good night. And yeah, we will see you again soon. Mr. Richard, how are you? Never shot the cone before. This was I had 25 minutes on this target before. I had 25 minutes on this, and when I did a little bit of image processing back, oh boy, how long ago was that? It was a while ago, and now having 10 hours on this target is really happy with how this is turning out there. But yeah, the important thing is trying to take care of these stars and making sure that we actually have if I could almost cut out that halo in the blue and the green. Actually, I'm wondering, do I, like, even looking at the green data versus the blue, it's actually not that bad. I'd be tempted to copy the green onto the blue channel, and then we're just I don't know. We'll work with it for now. Usually we'll do the see, also another thing I did was per channel processing. That was the important that was another important little bit of adjustments on there as well, combining and creating that luminance layer for the overall image. But we'll do another bit of a stretch before we start to edit that. Actually, no, we'll cancel that. We'll do a curve adjustment first, and just gently try to adjust things here. So you can see, even with the size of the stars, see, they're already starting to get large and out of control. But anyway, we just want to start bringing that in just to the edge of the data. But I mean, I just feel like they're with like such little amount of light pollution in here. I'm just amazed with how well it's working out there. Okay, so there was the was it select and mask? No, so we're at that point. We already had that. We want to... And our selection... Okay, that's what we wanted to do. All right. So that's taking a bit of a... Yeah, see, we're getting those... See, we're reducing our stars. Actually, maybe I go back and do let's see. That's not too bad. You've been doing easy mode astrophotography, so it's fun to see how much goes into post processing. What's your easy mode there, Chippy Flip? Actually, it's not too... no, look at that. Look at those around the stars. That's not what we want. Okay, we've reduced the stars, but that's not the... That's not what we were hoping for. Oh, that's not the... See, I like to do I like the make the stars smaller. Action set, but again, like I said, it does muck about with the red channel if you do it too much there. And this, it seems like there's you've been messing around with Unistellar's EV scope. The images don't compare with a good setup like this one, but you can get some neat images quickly. Well, that's also what that's kind of what I not kind of, this is what I like to do here is, pardon me, is get the interesting images as soon as possible. So we do use the ASI Air, and currently using the ASI Air Plus to get some images. That's not one of the latest images there. That's one of our images of Jupiter, but using the live stack feature on here, this is as easy mode as it kind of gets, without any real processing on there. Real processing with this, and that was one of our stacks from a few nights ago of the Bubble Nebula, and we had some clouds roll through, which kind of makes things look a little fuzzy in there. But for doing a live stack, what we used to do, and for some of our previous images, is I would do 10, 15, 30-minute exposures, single exposures. But here's what we ran into was the noise for one, although we're cooling our camera, but the stars weren't as around. Going after the Tulip Nebula, it's a great target to go after, but it's still fairly dim. However, when we are using the ASI Air Plus, and we can stack our images, we can do shorter exposures and just let it come through. Then if we're even shooting the Elephant Trunk Nebula, the stars are nice and round, we got our details in there, and there's no post-processing that's been done with this. It's just that basic histogram stretch in within the ASI Air. So when we're sharing these live images, we can do our live stack, And then later on, we'll do a little bit of image processing. Or in the case of the Christmas tree cluster tonight, I did the 10 hours over a couple of different nights, and then we stacked them up in Deep Sky Stacker properly, and now kind of working with the data right now. But again, always try and just recently have I moved into a new home, and we're in very low light polluted area. So that is also another factor that has helped us out with the imaging there. Old Neener, what's going on? How are you? How are you doing tonight? Good to see you. I am supremely happy with how the latest images have been coming through. The fact that we can do shorter exposures and maintain very nice stars, very nice round stars. But glad to have you in here tonight. Hopefully all is well. All is well there. But when we, taking a look at some of the more dimmer targets there. All right, Muffin, no worries. Have a good rest. Have a good rest. We'll see you again soon. Take care of yourself. Looking in the Gamma Cygni Nebula and getting emission and reflection nebulae in a target. This was an hour's worth of images stacked, of doing a live stack. Actually, this is one of the first live stacked images we did on stream. And, we, a little bit of noise because I didn't have any dark frames taken for this. But we're getting a lot more detail and a lot less noise coming through the images there. So trying to, utilize our dark skies. Even now, I'm looking at how the coloring is on this. Probably want to adjust that a little bit there. That's that seems too purple overall. Really what I'm doing is kind of selecting the gray point, but it's also, you pick like a neutral area, but you want to have, you don't want to pick any areas of nebulosity, because that's where you start to get the colors going a little wonky there. And I guess in some way it can be, it can come down to your monitor as well for how you're seeing the colors in there, but I don't like to see like the dark areas either being too blue or too red. I want to try to, there's other ways you can adjust it so that you are getting the right colors there. You're in a city, so you don't have great dark skies, but we often get some clean skies. I would say that's almost more important than your dark skies, because there are tons of filters that have been developed now that do such a great job of cutting out light pollution. It's having those clear, calm skies that are that kind of like the big benefit. Now this isn't looking too bad in terms of the overall color. Yeah, we're still getting the reds of the emission nebulae and the blue from the reflection. Like I said, I want to try to keep these stars as tight as possible. Like I'm gonna say, oh no. No, that's not what we want to do. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. That's not too bad there. I'm going to stick with that. Now, you can also do like a manual RGB align. So if you actually like mucked around with the red, green, and blue and did the alignment that way, that's another way that you could try to get your colors accurate. But picking the gray point is kind of what is what we want to do there. To at least try to get the colors as close to where they should be as possible. So you have like, we get the white stars, we get the red stars, but we also want to reduce, the kind of little bit of haziness around the stars. It's not too bad. It's what we don't want is the things start getting blown out of proportion while we are while we're editing the image there. And now that's another one of those star masks are what we want to see there. Actually, if you go into the red channel, I would say for as long as I don't see any like a dark ring around the stars in the red channel, those stars are kind of what we want. Those are stars that we want to see. But again, the green and blue channel, what we probably could do is if we start to adjust these, if we make do our gray scale here and just do that per channel editing, and we can start to shrink the stars in each channel and then bring them back in. Actually, probably doing that a couple of times on here to actually try to make as much of an impact on the stars as possible. And I would say let's do it 3 times before we really see a marked improvement in the stars. So there we go for when we dropped it in, and then bring those stars down 3 times. We'll do that as well with the blue channel, but we'll call this one, we'll label it green so we know. And then what we do is we go back into our channels here and we just paste that in. So now what we had before with the green stars, now we dropped that a little bit there. So we want to do the same thing with the blue. We're going to see how that turns out. Maybe we just drop that on top of this one here. We can turn that layer off. Make sure that one's blue, and we'll run that star, make star smaller action again 3 times just to see how, because we did it with the green 3 times, we may as well do it with the blue. So they were very similar in size with those stars there. Now, also I want to see how well it matches up with the red, because if it doesn't match up the same way how it kind of did before, then it doesn't always look that great. Let's copy that in there. You're moving data from March of this year, 2.5 terabytes. Holy potatoes. What do you got in there? All right, now some of these stars are closer in size. How does the RGB look? Actually, it's not too bad. All right, per channel editing, try to bring the green and blues down. Actually, it's not that bad. I'm happy with how that's looking there, and really trying to look after the stars as much as possible. All Astro stuff, and just from May when the 80mm came home. Man, that's a boatload of data. Also, well, how big are your FITS files with the 2600? Because on the 533, it's 17 megabytes. The Canon camera, they used to be 35 megabyte files, so that was always a little hefty when doing some processing on there, especially when the data wasn't that great. So I'm happy with how the stars are looking now. Holy potatoes, those are huge. All right, now the only thing is with some of the red stars, they're getting a bit of a halo around them, and it's kind of like this catch up of if I start to do the red stars, if I do the red channel, if I don't do it as much, let's reduce the stars in the red just a little bit. Not as drastically as the green and blue channel. Let's see how much does that go from. It's not much. You do run it one more time. Sure, it's red. Run that action one more time on there. And then we'll copy this one back in. All right, very little change in there, but just enough to put that back in the red channel. So in the RGB, that's not too bad. A little bit of a halo around there. With mono, that's going to take up some room. Thankfully, there's the option to zip and store on the NAS. Well, it's just so much there. Yeah, there is a lot more data with the monochrome, but yeah, that's going to be. Yeah, it's going to look awesome though. That is going to look cool. I wonder if even just what I'm doing now with the per channel editing, you know, how much does that compare to you doing a monochrome image? You know, how much more work it needs to be done on that. So there hasn't been a great deal. There's been a lot of, early on in this image, we've been trying to take care of these stars and making sure that they actually don't do it. I'm not going to be blowing them out of proportion here. And you add a per channel pixel site as it is now with the one-shot color. I see there is it does take a lot longer to kind of go through that for the per channels, but I mean some of the images that I've had in the past that have just looked that much better has come from doing the per channel editing and just trying to, because when everything runs, when the actions run through with an RGB image, it just treats each layer exactly the same. It doesn't always get the greens and the blues don't get the attention they need. A short hello, what's going on, Thor? How are you? Good to see you in here. It'll be I'll be interested to see how this one turns out. So how we're getting from Chalky Soup. Thank you very much for the host. Much appreciated. Yeah, how we kind of are going to go from here to here, and even then I think it's going to be it's going to look a little different, I think. Also, what's going to be what is kind of going to be the same right now will be the starless image, because I'm not going to run that through StarNet. Be right back. No worries, no worries. That's it. Just like, there we go. No, what I've been trying to do on this image early on is to take care of the stars, because even in here we can see how these stars are starting to get a little bloated there, and even the colors aren't where they should be. And that will, and also I can start to fix that up. Fix that up by doing the wow, everything just went. Fix up the stars by kind of paying more attention to them as we do the process there. See, I'm gonna have to get back into PixInsight. I was looking at it, and it's after everything, it's about maybe it's close to about $360 for the license for PixInsight. Now, 100%, I see the value in it. I see the value in that there, and I'm thinking now, just looking at what we have for our gear at the moment seems to be, I can't think of anything right now that is a decent price point right now that we can quickly upgrade to. Or they're going to have to start saving more and putting more funds toward either another telescope or another filter. That is, I was looking at the HA filters, and they're already running at about $450. So, I mean, that's getting up there for the filters. And even, originally I was looking at the L Extreme, but at this point, I think it's not going to do much more than what we're shooting now with the Altair Astro Tri-Band. So, and then also we're going to give it a shot with no filter next clear night that we get, and try to get some more accurate star color for the Christmas tree cluster. So with the starless image, the problem with this one is that there's a lot of those blue halos around there. So maybe even if I run, no, the color balance, we won't want that. If we start to dim the wrong button. What's going on, Lily? How are you? I'm going to play that one again. Old balls, what's up, pops? Watching me and the Leafs 3-1. Excellent. Has Austin Matthews scored? Has he scored at all tonight? Because I have him in my picks. Bronzy Sword, welcome into the stream. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the follow. Glad to have you in there. You've been good. You've been playing Forza all day. I've seen a lot of people have been playing that. I played Forza a little bit on Xbox, and I just went all over the place. I guess there's not a whole lot of consequence for your car for just driving in a field. I was probably playing a little too much GTA beforehand. That's what was mucking things up there. No. Oh, for Pete's sake, why didn't he score? I have him as picks. The new Forza is so good. Like I said, I saw some people playing it, and it does look tremendous. It looks amazing. It looks really cool. All right, I'm also going to I'm going to replay Nope again there, Lily, because I accidentally went to the wrong screen. So that is that's more designed for when we're playing Phasmophobia. I just wish they get the multiplayer stuff working there. That always seems to be like that afterthought. Like they'll release the main game, and then you need either some DLC later on or a big update later on, and it's just everyone seems to be pumping out games like too quick, and they have all this time. There's these great delays, and the game is still is absolutely like still trash, you know, Cyberpunk. You just have so many issues with the game. It's like completely unplayable, Watchdog Legions, and I think that they need, you know, take the time to put out a proper working game. But I was hoping to do a little bit of a little Phasmophobia later on tonight, but also working on our image of the Christmas tree cluster. So that's the starless version. That was our first final version. And right now, the way how everything's looking at this point, I want to be able to just highlight a lot of the emission nebulae, taking care of the stars. Now we've been keeping the stars to a minimum, trying to keep them from being blown out way too much here. So let's see if I start to bring this in. What are we clipping here? Let's get
Holy potatoes.
It's that there. There we go. Why didn't that fire? Okay. Excuse me. Look. No. Don't look at the little yarn board. I don't know what happened. There's free potato. It's we're running short on time for saying how long we can keep the potato in costume. Until then, we'll run it this way for sure. Or we go for haunted potato. Be down the campfire. Everyone. Stare into my eyes. A phasmo potato. Phas-tato! Oh boy. I even have lighting set up for Phasmophobia too. Not a sequel, but if we're going to be playing it, here's our dramatic lighting for Phasmo. If we can get through this image, if we can get through this process there, then maybe we'll jump on there for a little bit. And yeah. Hope everything is going well, Thor. So yes, we'll bring in the details a little bit there. Now I didn't crop in the image at all, and I'm probably not going to crop this one either. A potato vampire prefers beet juice, you would imagine. Possibly. Whenever I think of any kind of vegetarian vampire, I always think of Count Duckula. That was like my favorite. That was my favorite show as a kid. I think they would have like 2 or 3 episodes on back to back. Yeah, just enjoy. So yeah, a little bit of stretching here. The stars are getting a little large. However, they're not looking too bad there. All right, you're back. You can leave a look. He's got to go though. No worries, Chalky Soup. Thanks for coming on in there. Appreciate the host as well. I thank you very much. Look forward to seeing us in future streams tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're back with our Lego build, so that will be our as lazy as possible of a stream tomorrow morning. Rowdy Puck. I like the name. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. You got to go to bed too. No worries. No worries. No worries there, Thor. Good to see you in here. Werewolf, hello. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you as well. All right, so we're already still like the image is already coming together fairly well. I think the gray point I'm happy with that there. I don't think there's anything more I can do to make it look any better. And this is where a lot of time is utilized from just checking some different settings there. Actually, this does get rid of a little bit of that kind of yellow tint almost. So, you know, sometimes I'll pick it and I just can't get back to where we were before. That's a little too blue. And then it's just the, you know, at what point are you happy with the color balance? Actually, that one wasn't too bad. Kind of see if it starts to split in the histogram. You want everything as tight and smooth as possible in there. So you compare that against. I see there's a little, I guess a little too red. Yeah, that's airing a little too purple. All right, let's go with that. I'll go a bit hurting throat from karaoke, but otherwise great. Hope everything is great in Canada. Everything is wonderful in Canada. We even started to have some snow today. What were you singing? What were you belting out there? It has been, I would say it's been a while since I've gone to karaoke, which is true. And it would be a larger lie if I said it'd be a long time since I sang at karaoke, because I've never actually sang karaoke before. All right, I'm kind of liking this almost a bit of a blue tint to things. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna say that's all right for there. But again, see, it's like this fine line. I think that if we do any more with these stars, we're really gonna start to make them, get them blowing out of proportion there. So what we'll aim to do is really start to highlight the nebulae within, and you know that's also part in you know, even how this is looking. I think this is already like too harsh of a process, where at this point we're like, you know, I want to highlight more of these details in here, but I don't want to lose like this smoothness in the image right now. Maybe then actually I can say that this is starting to see a little too much noise in here. So if we take this into denoise AI before we really start to don't show for one day. There we go. Now this was the area I wanted to take care of there. Now, and also it really makes the that's labeled as severe noise. I don't know if we were. They've added a few different AI models in here as well, and it really depends on. I want to see which one is going to clean up the noise, but which one is also going to keep the stars looking decent. Bit of Star Trek related stuff, and from now on, from The Greatest Showman, which is one of the greatest movies, did not use viewers, so I guess it was okay. Did not lose viewers. That's all right. That's cool. Yeah, no, I love The Greatest Showman. Actually, I suggested to my mom that we watched it one night, and she's like, "Have you seen it?" I'm like, "About 100 times." And she's like, "Oh, I guess you don't want to watch it." I'm like, no, of course I want to watch it. That's a fantastic movie. I love The Greatest Showman. If I could sing like Hugh Jackman, well then I would be like another Wolverine. All right. I will actually. What I want to do is, I gotta cancel this. I gotta make a. If I'm taking it into denoise, I gotta use a duplicate layer on this one there. Hugh Jackman can juggle 5 balls. No one knew the song or movie. Really? So clearly, people need to watch more movies. I say, not watching as many movies as it probably should be. All right, let's go back into the denoise with this layer, because then we can kind of blend it in a little bit with the other layer. Actually, I had a lot more success with denoise when I did the Rosette Nebula. Actually, those stars aren't looking too. I see. Look, they get too pinpoint in here. Because it still kind of treats the stars as pixels there. But if we can fiddle around with the settings a bit, that's not too bad. Smooths that out there. And stars aren't that bad. But welcome to the stream, everybody. My name is Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck, and we are doing some image editing tonight on the Christmas tree cluster, and really trying to make sure that we keep these stars as well behaved as possible, so we're not blowing them out of proportion, and just not having as nice of an image to look at there. But actually, denoise didn't do a bad job with the stars. So it's helped with some of the noise, as its name implies. But yeah, I'm not too fussed on how the stars are looking right now. I would say this is about as bright as I want the stars to be. So at this point, it's try to keep, because sometimes the layers can really start to pile up on here, and if I don't label them, if we don't start to label them, we lose track of how everything is stacked up in here, or at least what version we do or don't want to use. But it's gently teasing out all the details in here, because I think looking at it at this point, I like how it's looking, but we want to have higher contrast between the nebulae, and then taking it to this, I'm thinking like already I liked how it looked, but now what we could potentially have. A friend who was there is an amazing singer, so I guess people stayed to hear him again, ignoring the pitiful stuff he did. I think people react a lot better when you're having fun. Yes, it's great that someone can belt out a tune and sound exactly like Adele or Hugh Jackman or I'm trying to think of a terrible singer. Any name. Lionel Richie. No, the man's a legend. But if you're having fun, at karaoke, that's the whole point. You don't go in there expecting to hear somebody being like the next Frank Sinatra. It's just a fun time. That's what you want to be having there. Or Rick Astley. What's up, Patters? How are you? That's okay. That's the second reference to Rick Astley tonight. I blocked clicking on one link, so yeah. How you doing? How's it going tonight? We are doing a little bit of image processing, and it's at this point when I feel like is when the image can start to fall apart, or when we can really start to bring some detail out of this thing. And I'm actually going to... Oh, excuse me. I want to drop this one in. On here. Yes, that's fine. Good, my starstruck friend. Thanks for asking. Well, wonderful to have you in here today. It is a good time, as always, to be sharing these images with you guys and showing you kind of a bit of a peek into my brain, whether or not it's valuable or not. Just to kind of see how... I wouldn't say this is not the right way to do image processing, but it's a way that you can do it and try to reach an interesting point in an image there. And sometimes depending on the target, you're going to get a nice layer blend in there that actually does a good job. Now, this probably isn't going to be one of them. Now, I wouldn't use this one as a... Actually, hang on. Humor me for a moment here. I'm wondering, let's try this. Let's see if we can make this a luminosity layer there. He can sound exactly like Bon Jovi, 30 Seconds from Mars, or even Tina Turner. It's awful that someone can be as talented as him. Oh my goodness. That's quite the range. YouTube once blocked a song by him because it was exactly like the original. Oh my goodness. Well, that's I guess that's a nice form of flattery there if YouTube blocks it there. GRL Pixels, what's going on? How are you? How are you doing today? We are working on the Christmas tree cluster, and I am trying something out here to see what if we can build an interesting luminance layer. Pretty good, just relaxing, working on a few things. I'm happy to be streaming as well. We had a little bit of a hiccup earlier. It seemed that there were still some issues with the LTE signal I have. So everything seems to have calmed down now. It's been fairly steady. We've been running very well for the past 2 3/4 hours. You made spaghetti. Oh, I could go for some spaghetti. All right, what I like to do is, like I said, is make a luminance layer on here. And I'm combining some starless image with the current hydrogen alpha channel. Just letting a little bit of those stars peek through. Actually, what if I turn... Oh, we can't do a luminosity on here. What about... See what different blending layers are going to do here. That's... Can you get rid of the halos for the luminous layer? Well, this luminous layer that I'm trying to make here is kind of based off of this part of the starless image that I had from before. I don't know. It is really just to try to get the contrast. I know I'm bringing those halos back with almost quite a vengeance there. For once you get to sit down and watch someone cool stream. Hey, appreciate it. Glad to have you in here. Also, because I'm trying out some new buttons on here. I think I got to drop some action on this. Now it's a little slow. I wonder if I can get this thing to speed up a bit there. All right, so let's see what happens with this. Let's see how this turns out if I turn this into a luminance. It's see, I said I was kind of going through how I did it before, but I'm like taking a few different routes down here at the moment there. Can you explain the craze about images without any stars? You personally think that the more stars, the better, as it is the night sky. May nebulae just look wrong without stars, in your opinion? Having just a starless image by itself isn't as doesn't have much of an impact as I would like. What I think the benefit of using a starless image is that you can start to highlight other areas of nebulosity without. Although if it's a better if an image that there isn't a lot of these artifacts from the previous stars, it's just highlighting the nebulosity and then dropping it into the image to really pull out those details. So at least we've created this greater contrast with the image here. And actually, for the most part, it's helped out with some of the stars. Now we don't have a lot of those colors in there, but we can start to bring that back with a little bit of a vibrance in there. Yura Arrakis. Hello there, welcome in. Yura Arrakis. You're a ruckus. I'm a ruckus. You're a ruckus. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. In your groups, people want the nebula without adding the stars back in. It's wild that the same fluid mechanics that we see on a human scale operate at a nebula scale as well. It is, I mean, looking at some of the structures out there, and it's interesting, some of the ones that are very unique and others that mirror each other very, very well. So, oh, hello. Starless allows you to work on the background as the nebulosity at different levels with masks depending on the field of view. So that is what I think is what benefits this image is that, you know, here's a starless image that we've incorporated, and if we take it away, you can just see in like this area here how much more contrast we get. Yeah, we lose a little bit of color, but we can start to bring that back. And actually, again, like I said, I think this kind of helps out with the stars a little bit too. And we can just start to we can throw some of that saturation back in there. Again, building it back up a little bit at a time. Otherwise, it just really starts to well, I think already looking at this is already too red. I want to keep it almost the wispiness and the pinks out of this version that we're kind of working on here. Exactly. And even coming in at like going into even at 50% on the image, it is. I'm happy with how this one turned out. Don't get me wrong. I'm very pleased with this. But even just looking at what we're doing right now, and just slowly building up that color, and we can start to. There's other steps we can take to make things look even more interesting. But again, this throwing this in there for a blending layer, it gets very dramatic though. Just being so serious, then I got the Lego head. I like absurdity in the stream. Being so big into space, does it ever overwhelm me? Its vastness and amazing wonders just seem so incomprehensible. I've said it before. I will say it again. Space blows my mind on a regular basis, and yes, I even have there are many existential crises while observing, while imaging, and trying to fathom the distances. And just looking at the Christmas tree cluster, it's about 50 light years in diameter, or even like the whole Foxford Nebula.
I am inevitable.
Oh, that was a weird combo. Well, because the hell was that one? Why do you have 10,000 points? All the lurking? All the time spent in here?
Holy potatoes.
And just all the... Was there a refund? There may have been a refund in points. There may have been a refund for those. What Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is going on? Yeah, I don't know either. Oh, that's unnerving. That's just unnerving there. And for those of you who are wearing headphones, this is a treat for you here. Low quality optics also equals some low quality audio. So the more I talk, I agree I don't do starless images except during processing to make star masks and background masks for stretching purposes. Now we'll just kind of keep talking during this, and it's just going to wrinkle your brain a little bit there. So if you are walking while this is happening, stop walking and sit down. There we go. Back to normal. Low quality optics just affect everything. CJ with the spending spree. Astro MR. You got the sunglasses on the heart. Nice mod on that one there. You even gotten to the point where you have to do broadband LRGB to narrowband data because the stars deserve to have their color represented too. Yes, that's why. And that's I am going to do the the unfiltered version of this, and we'll just let that let it run through there. Probably I'll try to add another another 5 hours on this in broadband and see how that works. No. What do you suggest? What do you recommend there, Third Rock? Do I have a UV IR cut filter? Sure don't. It'd be a lot cooler if you did. How much is a UV IR cut filter? Can I get one tomorrow? Actually, no, it doesn't matter. I can have one that's delivered in a week and it's not going to matter. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Let's go over there for a hot second. Telescopes, accessories, filters. You bought one for around €70. All right. Bader always has them. A Bader UV IR cut filter for 1 1/4 is $104. Oh my potatoes, $200. Oh, hello. Okay, maybe not Bader. Yes, I don't have a UV IR filter. I used to. I sold it, and it was a 1 1/4 though. Who else does? Does Optolong do one? The Optolong 2-inch. All right, let's see how much it is. 65 US, so that should be about like maybe 80 plus whatever import. Let's see what they got on here. Ah, there we go. 6 in stock UV IR cut filter, 2-inch mounted. All right. That's not too bad. And that's like, okay, also I was looking at some other items on here and some other channels, or not other channels, other websites. There was so much stuff sold out. There are so many things sold out. Like I was looking to get a counterweight for the EQ6R Pro. Couldn't find one. Everybody's got things on back order. Everyone's back ordered for the counterweights. So yeah, to see 6 in stock. So if I come back tomorrow, there's gonna be like none left. All right, so if we do that, in the Facebook groups, they all have been saying the 533 needs the filter, but the 2600 has one as the window. Yeah, I think that was. I think I remember reading that. It's the same way where I remember reading that little black dot for the desiccant filter is up on the sensor, but I can't remember exactly where I saw it. I thought I saw it on like Astro Backyard's site, but after looking at his review, it didn't mention that, so I don't know where I saw that. So, all right, $84.99. What's that plus tax? $84.99 times tax 90, so just under $100. That's not too bad. All right, if we got like a nice stretch of the clear skies coming up, then I'll pop that in the cart there. Inside on the 2400 has four desiccant tabs. Have you opened up is the 533? I thought the 5 does have 3. Sorry, not 3. 2 or 4, or they all have 4. They all got 4 desiccant filters on there. Something like that. So tomorrow morning we will I will also aim to fix this overhead camera as well, so I get it a little higher up. We'll be continuing our build of the lunar lander from Apollo 11 mission in Lego form, and chances are it might actually even get finished. Might even get finished tomorrow. So we'll kind of think about what the next build is going to be based off of how quickly that kind of gets finished off there. So where we kind of landed on this image at the moment. It's
40 feet down, 2.5. Picking up some dust. 4 forward, drifting to the right a little.
We copy you down, Eagle.
Drifting, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
Did you ever tell you that your grandfather designed the lunar rover? You did not. You did not. That's incredible. That's wow. Why would you sit on that for so long? That's amazing. All right, Werewolf. Have a good sleep. We will see you again soon. Take care of yourself. I don't recommend opening any dedicated camera. Getting the dust out is a nightmare, and some will get in no matter what you do. I would not do that. If I'm going to do any maintenance on the camera, I'm going to send it to someone. I'm going to send it to someone who has the means to get it all fixed up, and if something goes wrong, it's their fault, not mine. I am okay with doing that. All right, so this is it's. I'm gonna drop the opacity on this layer a bit there. I'm liking where this is going. Could have sworn you told. Maybe. Or it's one of those facts that has slipped my mind. ZWO told you to do it and said it's under warranty. Really? Your grandfather was a pilot in the war, shot down 30 German planes in one day. Worst pilot the Luftwaffe ever had. I think I gotta rename that to the CJ button. but don't stop. Don't ever stop. So this image is taking a bit of a different turn than even how I expected it was going to be going. I have not done as much as what I said I was going to do in the previous version because I've already changed things up. So if those are kind of playing along with the VOD, this is turning out nothing like how the previous one was, and I'm liking where the contrast is going on this. The stars are behaving much better. They're not. They're really not being a nuisance. I can't remember which car company made it. You think it was General Motors. Could be remembering that wrong. Your grandpa had the schematics posted up in his basement. Your family lived in Detroit at the time. That must be... Is it still... Okay, are those schematics somehow still in the family? Do you still have those? Because that is that's a treasure to have for sure. All right, 33.33. Let's go over this one at 33.33. Just want to do a bit of comparison. I'm not too sure where they are. You figure they would still be... possibly in possession? All right, see how I'm already looking at how oversaturated this image is, and even some of the stars are looking better there. Your grandpa has passed on into the stars. Well, I mean, that's amazing work that he did, and that's a really cool, it's a really cool bit of memorabilia to have, even if it is ephemeral. That he did that. That's amazing to have that connection there. That is a supremely awesome connection to space. Yeah, see, this is also what a lot of my image processing consists of is blinking back and forth between either previous images or some just some previous, I guess, stacks of things there. It's something your family does. We build and make things. Well, that's always good, and the things that you're making there, it is also very cool as well with the pixel art. But everybody's going to be doing their own thing. Like, this is what you're doing with pixel art. You're doing it extremely well. That's going to be, if your grandfather could be with you, he would not have a clue what you are doing. He would think it's awesome, but he would have not a clue what's going on with it. Same as probably if looking at how things were built with the rover, no clue how an internal combustion engine works exactly. It goes boomy boom, and how does that work in space? It's those kinds of. Everyone has their own set of expertise. See, does this button work there? Yes, it does. Now, there's a shout out feature on here, but it just takes forever to load. I don't think it's as efficient as I was hoping it would be there. But yeah, also, guys, if you aren't following JRL Pixels, go give them a follow. Go check out some awesome artwork in action there. And even on our Discord channel, we do have those do crop up every now and then, sharing those images that he makes. So on average, how long does it take you to make one of those animations? My pleasure. My pleasure. It's some awesome work that you're doing on there. So I'm trying. I want to say that I've reached the crux of this image where I can really start to mess up the stars. You only show the sexy dancing robots. Anywhere from 3 to 6 hours, depending on how complicated. Yeah, I can see that. I get the. It is, and you were doing pixel by pixel on there, or kind of like get like a main shape and then start. Pardon me. I guess dispersing, doing the details afterward. I mean, like my extent of any kind of pixel art has been this guy here. I see the Death Star disco ball. I have not. Is it? Did you share that one on the Discord? All right, so what I have done here is I've combined several different layers. I've combined several different layers here. Where's our internet there? And is it in the show your images? Let's get a better look at it here. Oh my God. That is I dig it. What do we got here? Who's saying what? There we go. Let's see how much more detail we can get out of this thing, because it's I never thought I would see the Death Star as a disco ball. I'll tell you that much. So this is, there's 100% zoom on this, and I am there's some little bit of oh, I like how that contrast actually works there. There's an example of how a luminance layer really helps out with the contrast. And again, if we slowly bringing up that color there. There is a Star Wars disco. Is it the music there, right? It's the actually I heard like a disco version in like the Lego Star Wars. This part I think is really cool. This is really neat, where you got the bit of the dust, the gas clouds coming in front of the reflection nebula. And again, very, very few times you like start to feel depth in space. And there are a few targets that actually kind of illustrate that fairly well. And this is an interesting example where it is such a hard line between the gas and dust and the reflection nebula. And I want to say that these are possibly some bow shocks in there, but I don't know if the telescope is actually, the resolving power is truly strong enough to be picking out those details. But I'm happy with the way how the stars have been behaving themselves in here. And I try not to have them being blown out of proportion. Like I said, even looking back at this final process here, like I'm already liking how this is turning out, but it's pulling out those details without ruining the stars, which is going to be a bit of the challenge there. So let's drop that down to let's go 45% on that. So I'm liking the contrast that's creating there. Now again, what we want to maintain is these darker areas. We don't want that to move, but we want to start to bring up some of the red overall in here. But again, not too much there. You keep hearing the ding. Yes, I don't know what keeps disconnecting. If there was a little notification that popped up saying this device is disconnected, but whatever it is that's connecting and reconnecting, it's doing it very discreetly for the reconnect. I don't know what's doing it, which is annoying. It could be a cable somewhere. I don't know if it's this. No, that's still working. The overhead camera's still going. I don't know who is mucking up the program here. So what I've just done here, I've locked down that darker area, the darker area of with little to no nebulosity and really starting to highlight the pinks in there. I've been trying to figure out what it is. Disconnected from here. No, that's me. That's totally me. It's nothing with you guys. It is all on this end here. And for some reason, why it's doing that without a little pop-up saying something's mucked up. All right, I'm going to say okay to that and just a little bit of a comparison between these two, and I'm liking the I did like how this looks. I still liked how this first process looked, and I'm saying that is the that first version that had come out there. But it's just there's something about this one that everything is just is working out just a little bit better overall, and it's like I almost don't want to do too much more with it. Like if I run a local contrast enhancement, I just don't know if that's going to overdo it or if that's just going to be enough. But we'll go back and forth and see how that turns out there. So I do apologize. This isn't as concise as I was hoping it would be. But at the same time, I am I'm almost thinking this is too aggressive. Like I'm liking actually, you know what I do like? Here's what I'm going to do. Go down to the curves. We're going to save that son of a biscuit. Nope, it's too late. That's fine. Let's copy that. Now we'll run it again. Run the local contrast enhancement on this layer above. Just kind of tone it down a little bit, and then just kind of blending those two layers together, so that we're getting the high contrast. But there we go. Something disconnecting again. I don't know what it is. All right, so it is a tiny change, but we maintain some of that softness there. That's your brain disconnecting. Your brain is awfully loud, CJ. Yeah, it's a tiny little change. Let's go back. Let's take it to 50%. And even then, I'm thinking that might even be too. See, if things are like too sharp in an image, it just doesn't feel right. Let's go 40% on that layer. So we're just improving the contrast a little bit there. And I would say I'm almost happier with how this one's turning out, because there isn't those pure dark areas. Because really, there isn't anything that is like completely dark in space. There's always going to be a little bit of nebulosity kind of shining through, or some light coming through on there. And maybe just really not even punching up too much. I'm liking how this second iteration is kind of coming through there. Oh, hello there, Caleb. How are you? How's it going? Good to see you in here. So I think what I would kind of punch up a bit and also drop down a little bit would be some of the blue stars in here. Actually, even dropping down some of the cyan just working that out a bit. I'm used to that sound because of all your equipment, so every time you hear it, you get super annoyed. As soon as I find out what it is, what's doing that, what's causing the dropout there, I will aim to fix that so that people aren't running around thinking what's happening here. And I am wondering if it's even the... No, I was wondering if it was maybe the graphics card, but I see like the fans spinning up, and then when they stop, we're not losing any sound there. But no, I'm liking this more and more. How
Astro Canuck, you will find 1 credit for violating
Brooks!
the morality statute.
Brooks, how's it going? Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Thank you. Good to see you in here. For the 100 bits. Well appreciated. Also, because I am trialing something out here, every 50 bits, we're going back to something a little spicy again. We have these. Now, these in themselves aren't spicy. Now, 50 bits is 2 of those. I need to get the hot sauce. Excuse me. Yes, I have a mini fridge in the office now. Actually, what does the mini fridge contain? Well, it has the scorpion pepper blueberry plague sauce. But it also has some iced coffee, which I might actually try as well while we're doing this. But Brooks, thank you very much for the 100 bits. And in lieu of spicy peanuts, we have the spicy moon cheese Gouda bites. And because they're messy, I'm fancy with some chopsticks right now. And these are... There it goes. This is way hotter than the ghost pepper. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're good. Well, thank you very much. How's it going? Glad to have you in here. Oh, super glad. Now, I haven't touched any hot sauce, so hopefully that's not too bad near the eyes. Good to have you in here today. Am I already sweating? I'm not going to go for water just yet. But on a Saturday evening, rainy day astronomy session tonight, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. My mouth is on fire. It's so on fire. I'm doing some image processing, and I'm happy. Well, I'm happy with this image. I'm happy with how this is looking right now. Because the stars are looking a little better than how they have in our first version of this. And I took a little more. Now, I did use some of the data from this starless image, and as well as a little bit from our first version there. And I'm liking how there's a bit more of a softer look to things. I feel like there's nothing that's actually being truly clipped. Like, there's still a little bit of space here. We don't have any of that. Like, we're not butted right up against the edge of the histogram. Now, this is a little wider than I'd like it to be, but everything is still looking pretty good on here. So, for those who were playing our home game, those who are subscribed to the channel, in our Discord, we do have a section for these subscribers, that is the link to the data that we have available on here. This one is in there. There's a 5-hour and a 10-hour version. This is the 10-hour version that I'm working on there because there is just that much more signal to work with. And this is like my favorite. Anytime there's like dark nebula in front of a target, it is always always enjoy highlighting that in there. On a scale of 1 to 10, where am I in terms of hot sauce tolerant? 10 being hottest. This is actually not. I'm pretty good with hot sauce. I am pretty good with that. I'm not impervious to the pain. Actually, it's not too bad that there was only 2 of these. So yesterday, there was a lot more that I ate, and my mouth was numb. You're a 7. I would conservatively say that 7 to 8. The important thing with hot sauce, it needs to be tasty as well. It can't just be pain. It can't just be you can't just instantly be absolutely in all the pain in the world, and then there's no flavor. It's just hot. That's not enjoyable. It can be the hottest sauce in the world, but as long as it tastes nice, then I'm all for that. I'm all for it. So like I said before, I had ghost pepper peanuts before, and and we also had these. Actually, we still have a few of these left, but I wanted to try something different there. The haunted ghost peppers. There was a ghost pepper sauce, and then there was the scorpion pepper. So this one was a little hotter. There is a Carolina Reaper version, but I figured we'll kind of work up to that. Pardon me. We'll work up to that heat. And it's different because those ones are the peanuts and the chips were dry. We're a dry spice, whereas this one, the hot sauce just gets all over. It just gets all in your mouth. It just does like a very good job of coating everything. You lick your lips, and yes, my bottom lip is burning. The bottom lip is burning right now. But yeah, the 10 hours on this target. I think I don't want to do too much more to this version. Like I'm liking almost like the this almost bubblegum pink look to it. And just for the, turning on and off some of the different layers that we've been building up with, and it's just improved that contrast. There's a distinct burn with ghost peppers as well. I thought that was interesting. The fact that I recognize the burn from the peanuts and the chips. Have I had the last dab? I have not. I still remember that video of Eddie Huang just skipping right to the end and just not even having that build up, and he was done for. I'd like to try it. I think that's what we might work toward, is maybe running down some of the more famous sauces in there, just to, pardon the pun, spice things up a bit. I like it. Just wondering how it is compared to what you're having. I would imagine are they using Reapers in there, or is it the Pepper X? Because that's going to be like way hotter than what I'm using right now. I got this has habanero and scorpion peppers in it, and chocolate scorpion. No, I apologize. They got red habanero and Trinidad scorpion peppers. There are some chocolate scorpion peppers that are growing in my mom's garden, which we haven't tried yet. Hopefully she has harvested them. Does it have like a good flavor? as well? Because I know people were saying that, yeah, it's hot, but they're trying to make it as an enjoyable experience as much as possible. This is a little interesting area of the nebula. Is this little Bach globule that appears to be here? So I'm thinking there could have still. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna try one more. I'm gonna try it. I'm going to do one more star reduction on here. Do one more star reduction and see if that makes a horrible impact or what. Actually, let me check what the levels look like here. I like the flavor. Generally, you like the hot sauce when it doesn't overwhelm the flavor of the food. It should all be complementary. It should all be complementary to it. Oh, this is a tough one. I don't think. That's just it. I just don't think. I know that it can see the dark areas around in the red channel here. That's some artifacts from the starless version that I did before, and that blue has kind of ruined that area there. Also, let's see. Let me humor me for a quick moment here. Just changing moving the green to the blue channel because they're relatively very similar. And there's just an ever so slight little change, even in the color. Possibly even in the noise. Does that kind of help reduce things as well? Like I'm like super analyzing things at the moment here. It makes it a little more pink because I am just combining the green channel, which is a little stronger than the blue. And again, I'm liking how that's looking. It's not really impacting how the stars look. Really, if anything, it's just affecting the. It's just affecting the nebulosity there. A host alert. No, I don't, unfortunately. So I may have to. Not may have to. I should add something like that. We got the raid alerts, but the. I had one notification when Chalky Soup hosted our channel there. 5-4 Leafs win. Did Austin Matthews score? I appreciate that, JRL. Thank you very much. Appreciate the host. I'll have to see that. Usually I get the stream elements alert on the side there. Appreciate it though. Thank you very much. I thank you very much for the host. Come on, I had him picked. He was one of my Tim Hortons picks. I needed him to score. Although if two of the other players scored, that's fine. I'll have 3 days in a row on the app. Nice. Yeah, see how noisy the blue is, and it's just no. No, I'll leave that in there. I'll leave that in there. I was going to do something to it, but I can't remember what I was going to do on there. Oh yes, that's right. I was going to make the stars smaller one more time just to see if that made any any huge impact at all in a good or a bad way, because that's I don't want the stars to. Yes, I want the stars smaller, but I also want to be able to makeup. Ooh, this is putting a strain on things. All right. Does that make much of a difference? Let's see here. I cannot even tell anything is occurring. That's off. And that's with the star reduction. Can't say that it's that it has really done anything, but I mean we're at 139% zoom on this thing, and it doesn't look that horrible. So there's very little that I did to this target that was very destructive. And yeah, I'm liking how it's turned out on this one, because just reducing the stars. See, we're up to 2 gigabytes, so I'd starting to have to get rid of some layers here. But let's do a bit of a comparison between. There we go. Between these, I'm liking. I'm not seeing that much more detail in this one. I'm seeing the contrast in the nebulosity here, which is just a little bit more dominant. But overall, I'm liking the contrast in this one a lot better. It almost seems a little more natural, almost a little more ethereal with some of the gas and dust, where it's not all completely red, because it is a bit of a bicolor image that's being produced in this one here. So it's kind of hard to say that if we're gonna. Now, even if I was going to add add the luminance in there one more time, just to try and punch things up a bit. Because at this point, we're going to start to. Well, let's see what we can do here. I wanted to trying something one more. See, this is again where a lot of the experimentation comes in. We don't want to overdo things. And again, it's just trying to punch things up a little bit here. Or maybe we just really push this a little higher. Nothing's really clipping as of yet. Let's just... See, I think if I'm doing that, I'm running into the territory of what we had before, where things may have been getting a little too far out of control. Now I could probably go back in and start painting some of this in and out. Or even just bumping up the reds a little bit. So then I feel like I'm starting to get back into the realm of where we were before. Actually, no, it's not too bad. It's not... I feel like this one's a little more under control. I like that it's not completely dark here. So I want to call this version done. I want to say that this one is what I'm calling our second process on here. And if I really want to get picky on things, let me see how do these stars kind of compare here? Nah, I'm liking the stars in this one. I'm liking how the stars look on this version more. Save for, see these little almost holes in the starless. That's from the previous starless version. From this one here, it's kind of creating those divots with the stars. But again, doing a starless process takes a lot longer with the bigger image there. But I'm happy with how these stars are looking in this image here. And actually, what I might even do is knock back that cyan just a little bit. Just a tiny bit there. Yeah. Now, I'm going to say that is I'm happy with that one. I am as happy can be for a reprocessed image on Twitch. So yes, it's a 3 hour 45-minute VOD that kind of got to scrub through there. And I was trying to make a point to start making markers on here, and I didn't even get into that. Which oops. But yes, it's I'm liking how this one's looking. It just feels a little nicer, a little more the contrast. Sorry, the scorpion peppers just jumped back on me there. The dark lanes, like what needs to be really dark in here is actually, is dark. Like this dark nebulosity. It's kind of sitting in front of the Christmas tree cluster, in front of the Foxfire Nebula. Whereas all this wispiness in here, all this nebulosity, there really isn't a whole lot of dust that's actually blocking it. Whereas in here, it's just, I'm liking it, but it just feels overall too dark. So I'll share this one on the Instagram a little later. But yeah, I won't be touching this one much more. Like, if I really want to get picky, I would almost like start to paint in some of the contrast in here and just darken it up a bit. But then it's just going to start to get too dark, and it's going to be very noticeable that there's a great deal of editing going on. Really all I'm doing in here is adjusting the layers. We're not manipulating the image there. How do you make a deal with the Lord of Darkness? I think there's an email now. I think you can just email your soul down. Or they accept PayPal. But no, it's for our rainy day session, I'm glad how this one turned out. I'm always worried how these images are going to work, because I am constraining myself to try to produce a final image in like 3-4 hours. But that's also kind of, can you pay with hot sauce? Yeah, I think that would summon some fiery demon. If not now, maybe in a few hours. Constraining myself to 4 hours on here, but this is also a bit of a combination of the data that I used, that I made from the 3 different nights of processing on this one. So it's nice to know that, and if I was to do a third reprocess of this, I would probably end up taking even longer, because then I would be fiddling even more with things on here. Now I am wondering, see again now, if I pick the stars from earlier on, if we choose, hang on, actually no, we don't need to do that. Just move that on up there. Just kind of see the comparison of how the stars actually, they're not too bad. They're not too bad overall. We managed to keep the stars looking fairly decent, I would say. And now I just start to play around with the layers, because now I put the original layer on top. Did that do anything? Does that add or subtract? Can we make it look even better? I don't know. Chances are it's probably just going to make it look worse. We're not going to get the any desired effect that we're hoping for here. Although, to be fair, kind of doing what does hue do? Does that do much of anything? Does that help? Does it hinder? Let's see. No. Luminosity, that is not the desired effect that we want. No, there's not much more that we can, I could say that we would, that would benefit us in many ways here. Although, could you tell us how much you get from bits? You're wondering which would be better for a streamer, sub, bits, or a direct donation. It all depends on the size of the stream or some other factors. Well, it is all laid out in with Twitch there, so there's nothing I'm giving away for that's a secret sauce here. Bits, every bit that comes in is 1 US cent. And whatever, when someone gives me the example of earlier on, 100 bits is $1 US. And that's what comes, that's what comes my way there. The subs, it is, they base it off of the US dollar. So it is half of that. So it's about $2.50. Direct donations is it is just a small fee that PayPal takes off, but other than that, it is largely like the whole amount for a donation. Obviously, it's there's no obligation for when people do sub or donate or do any bits. It's all kind of different things happen with a sub or a bit or or a donation there. But yes, direct donations through the button there. That's what is. There's almost like nothing taken off from that. But again, there's just the like using Disney dollars is kind of like it's using Twitch's currency, but it also it keeps Twitch afloat. But yeah, that's kind of how things go there. But again, it is. I do just appreciate everybody just comes in, hangs out, shares their experiences with the night sky. And I think this is a tiny little edit I did here. I think I like just that little bit of contrast. A little bit of contrast there that I was kind of looking for. Let's see, what's that at 9%? We can't have it at 9%. What does 15 look like? Does it take away? Does it add? Does it just give it that little, I don't know what? Samsung. Samsung. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Van B Can. I appreciate it. Thank you. See, this is with the subs and bits, we get a little printout. You get the paper there. But I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you. JRL, you say you're close to 4 months. You've done the $12. Well, you've recently became the affiliate there, so there is time. There's the build up. I mean, I was streaming like a month before we even made affiliate on this channel. Everybody progresses at a different pace there. Yeah, Samsung, how are things? How are you doing on this Saturday evening? Glad to have you in here. My Maple Leafs have won. I don't know how the Canucks are doing tonight, or if they are indeed playing. Or who are the Canucks playing tonight? Oh, they're against the Golden Knights. Oh, in 1 minute. Oh, you can't talk. There are 844 messages sent. Do with that what you will. Now, also, I guess redeeming channel points and things like that doesn't add to the message count. to get a haircut. I know I got all of them cut. I did. I was going to cut it the other day, but Van Becan. Or say Van Can, is it quicker? Fellow Canuck. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Crimean. Well appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. On to the spike of appreciation, the pillar of happiness, the rod of love. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, we are. I guess we're less. Puck drop is now for the last 2 games. I will probably check out the Canucks and the Golden Knights game, if possible, if it's in my area for broadcast. The Minnesota Wild and the Seattle Kraken. Spike of appreciation. You dig what's going on, Tio? How are you? How is your Saturday going? How's it been? Nice to have you in here tonight. We have been working on our image processing, and I am very happy with how this one has turned out. I did one little change on here, but that's it. I'm calling this one finished. Actually, I really like how it's a tiny little change, but it almost makes like a huge difference in the contrast. Like, it tones down the highlights in the middle. I'm liking that. I like it. I don't want to touch it anymore. If I have any other ideas on this image, it's got to be for like the third process. And there's no final process for an image. It is just the whatever kind of new process kind of comes up. Maybe someone has discovered a new way to better highlight nebulosity. Maybe there's something better than doing a starless image. I don't know off the top of my head what that could be at all, but it's there's always some strange, positive, some other new process that could come about there. But comparing the first image that I really enjoyed to this one, I think it's just even like the middle, the center of the Christmas tree cluster just looks that much better in this image. I've been playing with some automation things, transitioning stuff from software to other software. Trying to do some automation is always good. A while ago, I did like batch processing was a big part of what I used to do when I was working on some websites like years ago. Batch processing really helps things out. Even with some things that are done for different levels of social media. Now there's some of the like Adobe Spark, something like that. There's not a whole lot that is to it, but it works out really well. And just being able to resize your image kind of quick is nice there. But yes, anything we can automate to with some reliability is always good. That's just makes life just that much easier. Just as when we're automating some of the imaging that we're doing here. Yeah, we're taking out some of the guesswork of where you're pointing in the night sky, but we're getting there quicker. We're framing up our targets that much better. And especially when we feel there's so little time available for what we want to do, and we want to have like the next best thing, here now, right away, yesterday. It's sometimes it's good to have something, a go-to telescope that's going to point you where you want to go. We can tour the night sky that much quicker. Maybe if we had a telescope that had faster optics, we could tour around it even faster. But that's down the line. That's a down the line purchase for I'm going to say an 8-inch Rasa is the kind of the next telescope goal. Now, I know I did want to have looking at an Esprit 100 or 120, but I think for the price of a Rasa, if they're in stock, that's a much more attainable scope to get with our mount there. There's some things that computers do better than people can. These should be automated. There are some things that still require human touch. These should not be automated. Simple philosophy that you program by. I would agree with that 100%. I know there is a program recently that I'm seeing advertised on Facebook that is for astrophotography processing, and I don't think there is not a one-click solution for getting this image, for getting an image from a single stack of images. Like here, this is tonight, and this was the other night. Same data set. Nothing has changed. Nothing's been added to it. But this is what I came up with tonight, and I think overall, I feel like this one is a stronger image than this one. If anything, it's this central region that is that I don't really like that much more on this image anymore, because it's just like way too. Now maybe these little areas, these wispy areas of nebulosity are a little stronger in this one, but I don't think it takes away from the image overall. And if anything, if we were to add more data to this, this would eventually start coming out even stronger. We have a small aperture refractor. Actually, probably not much bigger than the mouth of this glass. Like this is probably about this is probably even 80 millimeters. This might even be a little bigger than the telescope that we're shooting with. Obviously, with astrophotography, aperture is going to be very important because you want to gather as much light as possible and be as efficient with it as possible. The thing with refractors, while they offer some nice sharp pinpoint stars, they're glass. And the larger you go with glass, the more expensive it's going to get. So there's only so large you can start going with a refractor when it's better to move over to a mirror. Gamer Lab, what's going on? Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. Glad to have you with us tonight. We have been doing some image processing and just kind of talking about the different goals that you want to have for astrophotography is going to depend on what telescope you're going to use. It's I used a refractor with this one. It is with two mirrors, and sorry, not two mirrors. I apologize. Two lenses, and it's a smaller piece of equipment. Offers a nice wide field of view, but at the behest of detail, you're not going to get as much detail in getting closer up to certain objects with a smaller aperture wide field refractor than you will with a larger aperture deep sky reflector dealing with the mirrors. So you can get those longer focal lengths and still get the detail coming through. We do have a larger refractor telescope, and we have shot the Christmas tree cluster with a refractor, although I've only spent like 25 minutes with the target there. So it is where's our Instagram page? Here's a quick cheeky way over to the Instagram. Now I have shot the Christmas tree cluster, and that was only 25 minutes with the other scope. So this is with my reflector telescope. 25 minutes, not a lot of time on this, but it's 8 inches in diameter versus it's 200 millimeters in diameter versus 72 millimeters. So even with that little bit of time, if I was to even zoom in on this with the image we have right now, it wouldn't be as sharp, and it wouldn't be as detailed of the clouds in here of the hydrogen gas. So just one of the things that you have to kind of consider when you are taking astro images. It's going to depend on what your target is going to be. What is your object of affection? Is it going to be better served in a wide field of view where you're getting more of the nebulosity, more of the context of where it is? Also, are there more targets beyond like your like our focus here of the Christmas tree cluster. There's Hubble's Variable Nebula. There's some dark nebula, and there's some dark nebula in this image. Let me move that over there, where it's in shadow. And if you were to look at this in infrared light, this basically is going to disappear. You're going to see a lot of the starlight that's coming from behind it. So again, we are hamstrung. We're handcuffed. Sorry, by the optics that we have in our backyard. You know, we don't have a big fancy X-ray telescope sitting in the backyard, or do we? It's what is available at the consumer level, and there's so high you can start going in the quality before you're moving into like observatory class telescopes, and not everybody is going to have a backyard that's going to accommodate such a telescope there. But it's again, it all comes down to what your goals are and budget as well. I am happy with the 72 ED. That is the from Skywatcher, and again, that's what got this image. Well, that's a telescope that provided the optics for the ZWO ASI 533 one-shot color camera. But again, it's there's all sorts of factors that are going to impact what your target is going to look like when you're shooting it. Light pollution, the sky quality. There's so many other factors that are going to kind of come into that. I have mitigated light pollution as much as possible. We've moved out into the middle of nowhere, essentially. So having this amount of internet connection is very favorable. And thankfully, it has held up very well for most of the night. There's been a little bit of a hiccup, but I think that was still some residual issues from last night's problems from the internet provider. But hopefully that is all going to clear up Monday or Tuesday. Have a much more reliable internet connection. I will save this image. Actually, I'm going to let's export this. We have our let's do a one time. We'll do a half size and a quarter size, which works out well for Instagram. So yeah, let's export that. We'll save that in the Christmas tree cluster. We'll save those ones, and we'll throw that up on our Discord. Put it up on Instagram just to have a compare and contrast against two different processing nights. I wouldn't say it's a different processing technique, but I did use a little bit of the data to combine the other image there. And even you can see when you start to scale the image down as well, sometimes it actually can help improve the image even more. And if you're uploading to social media, it can help does help more to actually scale it down closer to the actual size, rather than having like this 6,000 by 6,000 pixel image being crunched down and compressed by Instagram into 1,000 by 1,000 pixels, which they just crunch it down and that's it. They have no compassion for how you want your image to look in the end. So even kind of dropping it down to more social media size, there is just maybe you can just see less of the problems that are in the image there, but I'm liking how this is looking. I really am. So we'll share that one there. Tomorrow morning is our Lazy Sunday Lego stream. Instagram makes posting up pixel art so hard. I know you pretty much you have to have it exactly that size, or else is it going to look any better, right? But no, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will continue on with our Apollo 11 lunar lander. Let me get that over here. just bring that over for a second. This is the. It always just makes your book look like crud. What about Twitter? How does Twitter handle the images there for you? So we do have the lunar surface is a little higher on the shelf there, but this is part of the module that we have completed so far, and like the cool little bits they have on here, like the camera. That's always cool. So I would kind of stick with what works. If Twitter is doing better, then I would do more with Twitter there. So yeah, there's so many cool little things on here. There's another compartment that opens. I thought one of these ones does something as well. There we go. That one. That one has the reflector in there that's on the moon. So that little bit of gear that gets deployed. So we'll continue that build tomorrow morning, about 12 hours from now. Essentially, we'll be doing that and playing around with more Lego, chatting about Lego, and everything else that kind of crops up in between there. But it's been a wonderful evening. I appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. I'm glad to see some people who are able to stick around a little longer than usual because it is a rainy Saturday evening. JRL, good to see you. But yeah, for now, we will check out who we want to send you guys over to. Do I even have? There we go. Do I even have a Twitch page open there? But no, wonderful to have you guys in here. And for those of you who are subscribed to the channel, that is the raid message. For those who don't have a subscription, that is okay. I appreciate you hanging out. I got you covered for a raid message that we will send over to someone who's going to get the raid tonight. Okay, because it's a hotkey, it actually moves my. It actually moves things over there. All right, who do you want to send you guys over to? And it also kind of depends on who I can watch in 720p.
I'm not sure what they're trying to do. And to be fair,
all right, I know who. Easy peasy. Here's who we're going to send you guys over to. Nope. Let's try out this button there. Send it on over and shoot me over a whisper there. I'll keep them in mind for the next time there. I'm going to send you guys over to Natty Science. I'm going to send you guys over there. Fairly new, being familiar with Natty Science there, but a biochemistry PhD candidate, and they talk and do science on the page. So let's send the love over to Natty Science. And yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. Yeah, just glad to have you guys in here. But yeah, let me send you guys over. We'll continue on the science vibes over that way there. Blinded me with science! All right, where is the... I'm trying some new buttons over here, so hang on a second. I'm hoping it would be a little more streamlined than this. But yes, I do want to thank everybody who just hung out. The bits and the subs are always welcome and never necessary, but it's always a welcomed thing for the channel there. I also want to thank Galars the Cat for the raid, and also Chalky Soup for the hosts tonight, as well as JRL for hosting the channel. I hope you guys had a good time tonight. Tomorrow morning, like I said, we'll be back at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, doing a little more Lego build, and probably even finish that off. That's what we'll wrap up that build, and then we'll have to decide what we're going to do for the next one there. All right, my little my raid shortcut doesn't seem to be working there. But yes, have a good time over at Natty Sciences Raid. I'll hang out there for a little bit and see what they're up to there. But yeah, like I said, we'll be back tomorrow. Raid? Why aren't you working there? Did I misspell raid? No. There we go. That was weird. Okay. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the image. If there are any further questions that you have on how I did this image processing, feel free to shoot me a message on Discord. We always have that open there for Discord, Instagram, and Twitter, and I illustrated a book. Anyway, have a very good evening. I've been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening, and we will see you soon. Take care.